Really is great to see so many people actually engaging with the Mentimeter, and it's really interesting to see the key things that are coming out, which I hope throughout the agenda today we're going to be able to answer many of those questions for you. So that's great. Delighted that so many people have participated in this. It is 9 o'clock and I'm going to be chairing today, so I'm going to be fairly strict with the chairing. So if I'm going to be strict, that means I've got to start dead on 9 o'clock myself. Good morning, everybody. My name's Steve Jamieson. I'm the Chief Executive here at the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists, and it really is my pleasure to chair today's event. This is my third year of chairing the NQP Students' Day. And it's always a brilliant day, a day I really look forward to, because for me, as the chief exec, it really helps me to understand what are the issues that you are all having right now, and how then I can take this back to the organization, to my board and to my executive team and staff, to see how we can really help you in your journey as a speech and language therapist. So today is about us all having an opportunity to share our experiences, share some of our concerns, and be able to just have a really good open debate about things that are happening in this wonderful profession. So I'm really delighted to chair it. So thank you for joining us. We have got around 850 people registered for today, so I hope throughout the day those 850 will join us and participate in the really great agenda that has been pulled together by the team. So thank you for that. We've got lots of great speakers coming up later on, and lots of opportunities for you to be able to answer any questions, ask any questions you may have, and for us to be able to hopefully answer those questions for you. I obviously, as chair, I've got a bit of housekeeping to do, which is always at the start. So please bear with me as I do that. I believe there is a slide coming up on the housekeeping. Great, so there we go. So if you haven't already done so, please could you change your Zoom name by clicking the three dots on your profile at the top right of your screen and include your name, university, and either BSc or MSc. This will function as your virtual delegate badge. So thank you for that. A gentle reminder that we will be recording all the presentations from this event so that they can be made available on the RCSLT website afterwards. You may use the chat function at any point in the day to comment on presentations or for technical assistance, but please don't use the chat for questions today, as we'll be using Slido, and I'll detail some of that and how we use it in a moment. We really do like seeing faces, so please turn your camera on if you're happy and able to do so. You may leave and re-enter the event at any time. The same link that you've joined in this morning can be issued, and you can join us multiple times. If you are having any technical difficulties, please message RCSLT hosts, and they will try their best to help you. If you requested closed captions, there should be a button on the bottom of your Zoom screen to enable this feature. And a reminder that student membership is free at the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists, and we would encourage you to apply in order to take advantage of all the many resources that are available to you. At the end of the event, you'll be prompted to fill in an evaluation, and your comments really do help us to shape and improve future student days. And I really would encourage you to take a few minutes to complete this. It really does help us and the team to be able to think about how we could do things even better the next year. So in relation to questions, we've held a virtual Students' Day now, and one thing we know for sure is that the presenters will often get lots and lots of questions. It could be really tricky for us to keep track on the Zoom chat, so please do post any questions you have via Slido using your smartphone or laptop, or by scanning the QR codes or clicking the links that are posted in the chat. You can also hit the thumbs up button to vote any questions, and the questions you submit are completely anonymous unless you choose to include information that makes you identifiable. On our Student Hub, You'll also find a lot of helpful resources and videos which will help you in your final year and answer a lot of questions and concerns that you may have. I want to say a really big thank you to our sponsors this year, who are Course Beetle. They are a specialist training provider delivering professional, friendly, and evidence-based training to support speech and language therapists in promoting best practice across all ages. So a really big thank you to the Course Beetle team for sponsoring today's event. I believe we have a little video now of Course Beetle. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. The aims and objectives today, you are up on the screen in front of you. And students from our planning group have really helped us to shape this day, and a recap of all of those sort of aims and objectives are in front of you right now. I'm not going to read them, they are in front of you, but I really want to say a big thank you to the students of our planning group who are helping us to create these aims and objectives for today. I'm also really pleased to see that we have representation from 25 universities from across the UK at today's event. And you can see an overview of who we are or who they are. And it looks like City St George's University London, Manchester Metropolitan University, and the University of Essex have the most students here today. So thank you all for joining us, but it is brilliant to see the number of universities actually participating in today's event. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce one of my colleagues, Vicky Harris, who is the Head of Learning at the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists, who's going to give us an update on the NQP goals. Vicky, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you. And fabulous to be here. Thank you, and see so many students here today. So that's great. Thanks. Yeah, I just asked if I could have a few minutes of your time today to talk about the latest update to the NQP goals, or otherwise known as competencies. So yeah, so that's what I'm here to do. So please can I have the next slide? Thank you. Yes, so just a little bit about the NQP goals, the newly qualified practitioner goals. They are, probably as you're aware, a set of goals that you must complete in your NQP period before you can be called fully practicing. And they form a type of preceptorship. Preceptorship is quite a sort of trendy word, which I've only sort of come across in the last sort of 4 years, but it basically is used to describe a period of structured support for transition. So that could be transitions at any point in your career. And what's the purposes of goals? So they're really to embed your learning from your degree, enable you to practice what you've learned, put the theory into practice, and with all that sort of structured support around you and supervision to really embed that learning. And they are for NQPs or apprentices who have just completed their training and are now in their first SLT job. And I've tried to find out how long the profession has had a preceptorship type of program. I couldn't find anything in paper before like 2000, but I did speak to an SLT who qualified in the 1980s who said that they had done a sort of period of supervision like this. So it's been something that's been around a long time. And because they've been around a long time, you won't be surprised to hear that they have to be regularly updated to move with the times and to make sure they remain relevant. So I'm going to tell you about some new changes that are coming in. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Yes, so in 2024 to 2025, we went out to members and other stakeholders and asked what should be changed, what was working well, and what needed improving or updating to stay with the times. It was a really interesting process, and we had a lot of engagement, which is fantastic. And so we can be sure that the what we've got now is very reflective of what the profession needs. So members told us that they are proud of the profession having a long established process like this. And indeed, it is quite unusual. Now there is a growing trend towards professions having preceptorship schemes, but it wasn't so common amongst other professions before. So it sort of led the way. They noted that when someone completes their NQP process, there's a little celebration in the team quite often, which is really nice. And, you know, I see it online, people celebrating on social media or sharing pictures of their NQP competency completion, and everyone really enjoys that. But a problem that was identified is that they told us, members also told us that the process needed to work better with other induction processes where they work. For example, if you do an induction as part of a multidisciplinary team, and it felt that because there were maybe in organizations 2 different processes, it became a bit burdensome. So that's one thing we looked at. Also, at times, it can feel like a bit of an island doing the NQP process. So you move from your cohort with your university or your apprenticeship group to doing this thing, and it feels quite separate, and then you become a fully practicing SLT. So we looked at that as well. So we looked at all of these issues that members raised, and we've made some updates and created new guidance. So if I can have the next slide, please. Okay, so the guidance looks a bit like this. It's not published yet, but it will be coming very soon. So on the left, you can see a picture of what it will look like when it's published, and on the right is a table of contents. That's just there to show you that there are 2 sections. So there's a section about the goals that you will do as an NQP. There's also a section on broader career transitions, which is something that members wanted from the consultation. They said, if we've got all this great support for newly qualified people, wouldn't it be good to have also some guidance for if you're already qualified, but you are transitioning in other parts of your career? So that's what we've got. So can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So what are the main changes? I think the biggest one is that we've tried to simplify the NQP process. So we've reduced the number of core goals from 24 to 10. And then we've allowed you to choose 4 to 6 other goals relevant to your career aims and your local situation. These to be arranged with your supervisor, and they could extend beyond the period of NQP. So they could be longer term aims that you're working towards. This gives you then the flexibility that people were looking for around doing other local situations, preceptorship programs like Flying Start in Scotland, or in NHSE bases doing the Quality Mark for preceptorship. So that's in England. We've also aligned it better with internal and external programs and frameworks. We encourage multidisciplinary networking. So as part of it, you can go away and get evidence from other people in the team. So other professionals working in your multidisciplinary team can provide you with evidence. They still have to be signed off by a speech and language therapist, but you can get evidence from other people that you work with. It also provides guidance around other periods of transition, as I said. And it keeps the bits that people like about the NQP process, the bits that are celebrated. And we've also done a lot of work to make sure that the island feeling that people mentioned, that there is more of a continuum. So we actually, when we were doing the update to this, we made sure that the author of this guidance was working with the author of the curriculum review document, which has come out recently, so that the language between student and NQP is very linked, and also it links very much with the professional development framework which comes after NQP, so that it shouldn't feel so disjointed. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So here are some little pictures of things that just show how much it's designed to align with other stuff, so it doesn't feel so burdensome. So, for example, on the top left, you've got HCPC. So the guidance is designed to work with the standards of proficiency and also the HCPC principles of preceptorship. We've also made sure on the right, for example, top right, you can see it aligns with RCSLT things that we have. We're making sure now that competency frameworks for particular clinical areas use use the same kind of language and structure. So it shouldn't feel so disjointed. And it also works, as I say, with national initiatives, say from NHS Scotland and NHSE, and the language is aligned as well. So hopefully that's going to make it easier for you. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So these are the 10 new goals. There is a lot of alignment with some of the goals from the existing guidance, but they've just been brought up to date. So all the kind of things that you might expect there. I'm now going to ask if I can have the next slide, please. I'm going to look at one of these in detail so you can see what we have. So this is one of the 10 core goals. I've just picked at random. This is on working in partnership with service users to improve service delivery. And you can see on the right-hand side there's guidance about how you would demonstrate this goal. Also, what's new as well and came out of the consultation is that people asked, well, how do I know what evidence to use to support that goal? And so for each of these goals, we've given a suggestion of the kind of evidence you might use. So that should make it a lot simpler and a lot more straightforward. So you've already got hints and tips as to how to collect that data and what counts as relevant. Okay, and can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. And yeah, so just to note, there's a part B for other transitions, as I mentioned. So that might be returning to practice after a career break. It might be moving into a different sector. It might be coming from overseas. So this is something that came out of the consultation. Members said, it's great that you have the NQP process. Why can't we have some guidance for other periods of transition as well? So we put that in. Okay, so that's really my last slide. Just to say that over the next few weeks and months, we will be doing a lot of communications about this. It's obviously a big change, and we want to make sure that students, apprentices, supervisors in particular know what's coming and how to use it. So we will be doing a lot of comms in bulletin, in our e-newsletters, in our student updates. We'll be doing webinars as well. So to make sure that you're fully supported in this change. So keep an eye out is what I would say. But yeah, I think I've finished ahead of time. Thank you, Steve.
Vicky, you've done well, brilliantly.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So it's always a great help when the chair is 2 minutes ahead of time, which is great. So thank you very much,
Thank
Vicky.
you.
And I'm sure that you and your team will continue to make sure that all the communications around this will go out to NQPs and students as we move forward. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I am going to move on now to introduce our NQP panel, and I'm really delighted that we have got four great presentations today. Rachel Green, speech and language therapist from Stockport, Stevie B. Bettles, rotational SLT from Wolverhampton, Isabella Chong, SLT from Chiltern Way Academy, and Roisin McDougall, SLT from Royal Wolverhampton as well. So really, first of all, say a really big thank you to all four of you for agreeing to present today and to take some questions later on. But I'm going to hand over, first of all, to Rachel. Rachel will then hand over to Stevie and moving on that way. So Rachel, good morning.
Lovely. Morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Lovely. So thank you so much, Steve. I'm really excited to speak to you guys as well. And so I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm Rachel, and I'm a speech and language therapist working in Stockport, which is in Greater Manchester, and I work in a paediatric school age team. I work in 8 mainstream schools across Stockport, and I do lots of therapy, I do a lot of assessments, and I do a lot of kind of advising staff members as well, and parents and things like that as well. I've finished my competencies now, and kind of similar to what Vicky was saying, I'm now just waiting to finish the preceptorship that Stockport do. And so there have definitely been links between them, but it's really good that you have been kind of chatting to people about how to create more of a link between the NHS initiatives and then the competencies as well. So that's really good to hear. I've got a particular interest in speech sound disorders, and I'd really like to specialise in this in the future. I'm originally from Belfast, but I moved over to Manchester for university, and I've been here ever since. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this later on. But I was diagnosed with epilepsy just before I went to uni, and so I'm not able to drive just yet. We might be able to in the future, which can be hard. But I think that sometimes it seems like a big deal, but actually it is doable. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. If I could have the next slide, please. So just a little discussion about how I got to where I am. So I came to university straight out of school. I had A levels in biology, French, and Russian, and then I studied in the University of Manchester for the bachelor's for 3 years. So from 2021 to 2024. My first placement was in autism assessments and a small amount of early years experience. And then my second placement, which is in red, because this is really what kind of inspired me about what I wanted to do. And really, whenever the job that I've got now came up, I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly what I did in second year. And then my third placement was half a week in a community cancer support team and half a week in a community stroke team. And while I liked that, I just knew that children was always going to be my bag. The adults just didn't interest me quite so much. Then in the kind of spring summer of 2024, so around about graduation time, I had 3 unsuccessful interviews. So I interviewed for a job at the Royal School for the Deaf, which is obviously very, very specialist. But I thought it was worth applying and interviewing anyway. Then I had one in a pediatric learning disability team, which was also unsuccessful, but I got some good feedback from it. Another one for a mainstream schools job in a different NHS trust in Greater Manchester. And then I had my interview for this job in the September of 2024 and then started this job in October of 2024. It started off as a 3 days per week. So it was a part-time role to start with. And while that wasn't ideal for me, I wanted to work full time. I thought it'll be really good experience. But within a month, it had increased to 5 days a week because people either go off on maternity leave or they drop down a couple of days. And so I took on more schools from there and went up to 5 days a week. And now I oversee 8 different schools across Stockport. If I could have the next slide, please. This is sort of similar to what I was talking about before, but just a note on job descriptions and titles. I am always looking on LinkedIn and NHS jobs at just what's out there, even now that I've got this job. And if something was advertised as specialist, I would always go in and just have a look at it anyway. And the job that I have now, which I got as a band 5, was advertised as a specialist speech and language therapist. And when you read a bit more into it, they were willing to take on a band 5 to band 6 progression. And so I think it's just always really important to look a bit deeper into the job descriptions. Because I find that some won't even have a band on them. They'll just say speech and language therapist. And so I think always be more curious, go in, have a look, have a read. You don't want to miss out on something that actually could have been a really good opportunity for you. And furthermore, if you're looking for a full-time role, don't be afraid to apply for part-time roles, as these could turn into full-time roles like mine did. And lastly, all of the jobs that I applied for said requires access to a car or requires independent like transport between places of work. But I always just asked if this really was a kind of absolute essential. And typically I got an email back saying, no, we understand why it is that you don't drive, and we could absolutely have a discussion about reasonable adjustments that we could make. And my team have been so supportive, making sure that I can just stay at a school all day. I'm not having to move between different schools throughout the day. I go to the office every so often, but there's no kind of requirement that I have to be in the office, every afternoon or whatever it might be. So I definitely think just really reading the job description and asking questions, the email address of the person overseeing the job applications will be on the NHS jobs website. So it's always, always worth an ask. Next slide, please. Lovely, thank you. So just a little bit about how my week looks. So every week looks a little bit different because some schools buy in lots of my time. So they, say they get 10 days allocated from the Education Authority, and then they buy in another 20 days. They see me pretty much every week. While there are others who just take what the Education Authority gives them. So I don't go in quite so often. When I'm in a school, typically I arrive about 8 and I'll just say hello to the Senko, who is kind of my main port of contact at most schools. And I'll have a discussion with the teachers and discuss my plan for the day. And I definitely like to start at 8 so that I can see my first child at 9. I like to sort of get in, get prepared for the day and have a chat with people then. And then until 9, whenever I start seeing children, it's just emails, it's admin. So it might be writing up a therapy plan from a child that I saw the day before. It could be a bit of report writing. It could be chatting to a parent. Just any of those kind of non-clinical kind of aspects of the job. And then depending on what kind of children I'm seeing, I see anywhere between kind of 2 and 6 kids a day. It really depends. If I'm doing a really thorough assessment, I'm doing something like the clinical evaluation of language fundamentals. It takes a long time. I have to score it. I have to analyze it. And so that just takes longer than a speech sound session with a child that I know really well. I'll write up their notes during the day as well. And then the final hour or hour and a half of my day is admin and planning for the next day. So again, that might be writing a plan, speaking to a parent, writing a report, or potentially doing my competencies whenever I was still doing those. That last half hour of my day was kind of mine to do whatever I felt I needed to. Stockport is working under the balance system framework, and I'm not sure if anyone's come across it or if any of the other NHS trusts that the girls are working in are working under this, but it's essentially that we deliver kind of intervention at a universal level, so with advice, around communication friendly environments, training about speech language communication needs, and then a targeted level where I'll set a plan for a teaching assistant to do, and then specialist level where maybe I'm providing a speech sound intervention or narrative or something for a small select number of children who need my kind of specialist input. Then in the 2 boxes at the bottom, things that I love about my job, pretty much everything. I couldn't see myself doing anything else. I absolutely love, I love the job. So things I love, the people, my team are so supportive and it really feels like a family. I've made some really close friends here as well, and we do stuff outside of work too. And so it's really, really lovely. I love the variety of the job. I see everything from speech sounds to social emotional mental health to language disorder to stammering to selective mutism. I feel like I've got a hand in every pie. I get to see such a variety of things. And then the opportunities. I've been on loads of training courses since I've joined. I've done talking mats, I've done Lego therapy, I've done colourful semantics, and I've then given training to my colleagues about it. Whenever I've gone on the training, I've then presented to them afterwards. And so I've loved that I've got the opportunity to do that as well. And lastly, love the children. I love every single one of them. They are so funny and they just make my day. Whenever you get a really good result from one of the sessions, it does just make your day. Things that are hard. This isn't things that I hate. This is things which are hard. Um, Competing demands. At a lot of my schools, I get a significant number of referrals, and so it's kind of knowing how to juggle that and how to prioritize which children. And I think that's when it's really important to have a really good relationship with like the teachers and the Senko, so that you can sort of say, can you get on with this while I see this child, and then I'll get to this one. The logistics of things. Quite a lot of teachers and teaching assistants work part-time. And so if I'm in on a Tuesday, but I need a teacher and they don't work until a Thursday, sometimes it's juggling like, hi, like, have you seen my email? Like, just wondering, could we have a chat? But you know, everyone is so busy, but everyone really appreciates what we do. And so I think it is just about sort of saying like, I think this will be really beneficial for this child. I think this is really important. Could we have a discussion about it? Um, Transport. I can't drive, so public transport can be a barrier, but luckily in Manchester, the transport's actually really good. And so I would say that if you can't drive, you know, for financial reasons, for medical reasons, whatever it might be, I think it's always just worth asking if public transport would be fine to use as part of the job. Next slide, please. So interview tips. I think on the Mentimeter on the word cloud, a lot of things came up about interview tips. And so hopefully this will give a little bit of advice. Interviews can be really, really scary. But they're there so that you can show all of the knowledge and experience that you have. It's not a test, it's an opportunity for you to show them how much you know and what you could bring to the job. And I think it's all in your mind somewhere. Even if you go in and think you're going to panic and not know it, you've worked so hard and it is in there, and it's just having a nice way to kind of put it out there. So the first thing I would say is read your trust's website. So similar to what I was saying before, are they working under an initiative like the balance system? And can you research this beforehand? And so for my interview, I talked about a time when I had done something at a universal level, something at a targeted level, and something at a specialist level. So they could tell that I'd really gone away and thought about the trust and how they work. So I think that's a really, really good thing. And, you know, you're sort of just name dropping in there. I've seen that you guys work under the balance system. Here's how I kind of display that. And similar, the trust principles. How do you display the kind of acronym that that trust has, or their kind of values or principles? Having a piece of evidence for every part of the job description. I think that this seems like, I don't know, it seems so simple, but the job description is there to, you know, it tells you exactly what they're looking for. And so I think having a little story or a little spiel about each one just really helps you to organize your thoughts. And if they ask you something like, tell me about a time that you've assessed a child with language disorder, or you've observed someone doing it, you'll have something in the back of your mind going, okay, that's what I was going to say for that kind of question. And then you're interviewing them as well. You know, this is something that if you were successful in the job, you're going to be doing 5 days a week. And so you want to make sure that it's somewhere you want to be, that it's a team that you want to be in, and that they kind of they have your values, I suppose, as well, and that they understand what you're going to need and what you want. So something like, what's the team structure? You know, what would my supervision look like? Who would kind of be my first port of call if I needed something? What aspects of the job will likely be most challenging? You know, you're really showing your curiosity about the job and about the team. And so I think that that can be really, it just sets you up well, and it makes them think that you're really interested in knowing about them. And last one, don't panic. It is so much easier said than done. And I think that interviews can be really stressful for a lot of us, but I think you know a lot more than you think. And I think that you'll hear a word in the question and go, yeah, okay, I've got an example for that. So I'm just going to try and say it. So I think just breathe, and you can ask for them to say the question again. You can ask for a minute to think about it. I think that really shows an awareness that you know what you need from them. And so I think that that can just be a really good thing, just to take a moment and try your best not to panic. Next slide, please. This is just a quick slide about supervision, and it really is the backbone of being a newly qualified. And I think that's why it's so important to hear about it at the interview, to ask about it. And it's helped me so much in this first year. I couldn't have done it without my Band 7 team lead. Is fantastic. She's always on call if I need something. We had regular catch-ups every 8 weeks whenever I first started, or we could schedule in one more often than that if I felt like there was something that I really needed support on. These are now less frequent, but as I say, still she's available to me all the time if I need something. She hasn't kind of stepped away just because I've finished my competencies or just because I have a year and a half kind of over me already. And then I also had a competencies and preceptorship supervisor who has been amazing. She is always there for me, and she signs off my competencies. She gives me advice about the kinds of evidence that I can put forward. As part of my competencies, she signposts me, she advises me, and she is absolutely brilliant. And I'm sort of upset to have finished my competencies, my preceptorship, because I won't see her as much. But yeah, so I think asking about what supervision will look like is a really important thing to think about. Every member of my team is happy to help me whenever they can as well. If I'm in the office, we've got a very open plan set up. And so I'll just sort of say, like, can anyone help me to think about this one? Or can you think of something that I could suggest for school to do with this one? And we all just talk through cases all the time. And it's a really welcoming and lovely environment to be in. Next slide, please. Just on competencies, I finished my competencies approximately 6 months after beginning my role, and it's because I was so well supported by my supervisor to pursue opportunities. I think that in my trust, anywhere between kind of 12 and 24 months is seen as quite standard. And I think it's more about making sure that you're reflecting on your work as opposed to just like racing through them, trying to get them done. Make a spreadsheet for you and your supervisor to keep track of. So I just put the goal in one cell, and then the kind of evidence that I was collecting in another cell, and then ticked it off whenever I had got it signed off. And I think seeking a variety of CPD resources, I really love podcasts. So that's my favorite way to stay up to date with the new developments and papers coming out that I can then make reference to in my competencies. Next slide, please. So the key points, sorry, this is my last slide, I promise. The key points, feeling a little bit overwhelmed is normal. And I think that it really just shows that you care and that you're really interested and really ready to try new things. But always speak to someone if you feel like things are slipping away from you. It's best to solve things sooner rather than later. And no one is going to judge. No one is going to be, think that you're not kind of ready or not worthy, because you wouldn't have got the job if you weren't ready to be there. You wouldn't have graduated from university if you weren't ready to to kind of get to a newly qualified stage. And everyone's been there. Every therapist that you speak to has been a newly qualified at one point or another. And you don't need to know everything. Learning on the job is so rewarding, and that's where that supervision and that discussion with your team comes in as well. No one knows everything. They could be in the profession for 40 years and they still wouldn't know everything. So I think that that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Even though it's hard, I absolutely love my job, and I really hope that you'll love yours too. And if you're local, in the Greater Manchester kind of area, please apply for any Stockport jobs that come up. We'd be so lucky to have any of you. And I like to think that we're a really, really lovely team. And yeah, we'd be so happy to have any of you. So I've just put a link on the slides for the balance system that I was talking about that Stockport are working under, just in case you want to do any reading around it. And I think that was everything, but I'll be happy to answer questions whenever they come in. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Stevie.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Lovely. So I'm going to just start off with a little bit about myself too. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So, hello, this is me. My name's Stevie. I'm 29, born and bred in Wolverhampton. Don't know if you can tell by the accent. But I've actually lived a couple of other places. So I lived in Wales for 7 years, in Aberystwyth, and then Leeds for 2. And somehow I've managed to end up back in my hometown in a job that I absolutely love. After completing my first degree, which was in childhood studies, I actually became a pub landlady, which was an experience and a half. But actually, it gave me really great experience at talking to adults from all different backgrounds and just talking to people in general and really building up confidence in having all sorts of different conversations. I mean, a lot of people say your barmaid is like your therapist. So I did find that that would happen quite often. I've recently been diagnosed with combined ADHD, so that's hyperactive and inattentive. It's been a massive relief for me because I've always known I didn't have a neurotypical brain, but that's something that I'll touch on a bit later when talking about my role. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, my first degree was in childhood studies. Had a bit of a break from education being the pub landlady, and then I completed my master's in speech and language therapy at Leeds Beckett University. Obviously, my background in childhood studies, originally I wanted to work in paediatrics, and on placement I just realised it wasn't for me. Was quite heartbreaking at the time, but then I discovered my love for working with adults and in that kind of neurology setting, and I just haven't turned back. So I interviewed for 2 positions in the end of 2023, was offered one of the roles, which was in Coventry, and the job looked absolutely amazing. But for me personally, I'd lived far away from my family for so many years, and I didn't really want to have to move again after moving back. And it was really important for me, and I felt for my development to actually be close to my family, because starting as an NQP, it's hard, and it's, you know, you want all the support around you. And for me, I felt like I needed my family around me. So during the time of kind of thinking, oh, do I want this Coventry job? Luckily, the job in Wolverhampton came up. I took the risk. Luckily, it paid off. And yeah, it was great. And obviously for some of you guys, location might not be a massive factor. I know some of my friends from my course have moved all over the country, or like they've been from up north and they've moved completely down south for a role. But I think that's something to really consider when looking for your role, is what kind of support you have around you. A lot of you might be a bit more independent. I'm very much I like having my mum down the road from me, so that was a big thing for me. But yeah, I just felt I would thrive being closer to family for support during the massive transition that I was about to go through. So next slide, please. So I've been working for Royal Wolverhampton NHS Trust for coming up to 2 years now. And I've got a rotational role, and I was also offered a band 5 to 6 development role, which essentially is you start as a band 5, you do your NQP competencies, and then you start working towards your band 6 competencies. And once you've signed a certain percentage of those off, you are then a band 6 SLT. And a lot of trusts are starting to do this at the moment for retention, because obviously people are coming into trusts, getting the training, and if there's no band 6 roles and no progression, they might look elsewhere, which I would have hated to have had to look elsewhere, because I love my role and I love the team I'm in. So I'm really glad that I've got the opportunity to progress in my team. I also think a rotational role is really beneficial as a band 5. I mean, the skill set that I've gained through working in all these different sectors is vast. So as you can see, I've worked across the acute stroke unit, general medicine, which is general inpatients, inpatient rehab and community stroke, and then communication outpatients and care home dysphagia. So the skill set that I've kind of learned. So, for example, in community, it's things like being organised, keeping your diary up to date, working with a much different MDT I find that you work with in inpatients. But then in inpatients, I've got used to a fast pace, much more assessments, higher kind of dysphagia caseload. So really now I've completed all my rotations, I do feel like I've got a really broad skill set. Next slide, please. So this week is actually from my previous rotation, because I've only recently rotated and I'm still getting my head around it. So this was from my inpatient rehab and community communication rotation. So my typical week would look like Monday and Tuesday, I would be with my community patients. So that would involve prep, travelling, obviously patient contacts, doing my admin, having some time set up for reports. On a Tuesday morning, we would have an hour set apart with the community communication team lead, and we would go through our caseload, see if we had any sort of capacity for more patients. We could talk about any patients that we were maybe having difficulty coming up with plans for, or kind of next steps for them. And that was really nice because you had a mixture of band 5, 6 and 7s. So wide range of skills to be able to talk about different patients and any difficulties. Then on Wednesday, I would have a dedicated morning for my dysphagia competencies, which I've now signed off, but that was really useful. It was the same. I had dedicated time for my NQP competencies as well, but especially for the dysphagia time, it was very theory heavy. And I'd have a chance to go through theory, relate it to cases that I'd seen, write up reflections, just kind of gather the physical evidence. And then on a Wednesday afternoon, which was my favourite part of this rotation, I used to run a Parkinson's dysarthria group, which is something that my trust is now really trying to pull out even more. We're running lots of dysarthria, aphasia groups, which is helping with, you know, current climate of waiting lists, but also enabling people who have communication difficulties to come together and speak about their difficulties, which I find is a really nice experience for them. And then the end of the week, I would be in my inpatient rehab days. So that would just be getting my list for the day of patients, going to see them, sometimes joining huddles, and doing my admin as usual. So next slide, please. So for my job, I applied via NHS Jobs, and then that goes on to NHS Track. My interview for this role was very different to a lot of your standard interviews. So I was invited to an assessment day that ran from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And getting the letter to invite me was absolutely terrifying because I thought, what kind of interview lasts 6 hours? But really, it was a fabulous day because I struggle in interviews. I get quite nervous. I feel like the hyperactivity in my brain gets me to talk too much and not really structure my my answers very well. But this day we had lots of different tasks, such as meeting a service user, a presentation, group tasks, written tasks, a debate. So it really gave us all opportunity to shine in different areas. And I think that's a really great way to interview people, because not everybody is great at an interview because they are really nerve-wracking. But yeah, it also gave me the opportunity to meet potential colleagues as well, which was a really lovely day. So yeah, next slide, please. So for me, my top tips for interviews are looking into the trust, kind of similar to what Rachel was saying, and looking at their values, because that is a massive part of working for the NHS, is ensuring that your values align with the trust that you're going to work for. A big thing for me was actually coming up with some strategies to support me in my interview. So as I mentioned before, the hyperactivity in my brain kind of doesn't allow me to structure an answer properly, and I get too nervous. So a strategy I came up with was to listen to the question, write it down, and then just ask the panel, can you just give me 30 seconds to a minute just to jot a couple of bullet points down? And what that would let me do is just get the ideas from my brain onto the paper quickly, and then I'd have the list and I could go through it in my answer, rather than just kind of going bleh and blurting everything out and it not being structured, and also not really answering the question as I should. Another thing that I found was not all of your experiences that you're going to link to for interview questions, they don't have to be from uni and from placement. A lot of mine were from the pub. So things like working as a team, leadership, overcoming difficulties. I did a lot of that as a landlady, and it doesn't have to be linked to healthcare. It's just got to be linked to show that you as a person can do that kind of skill. And I think my interview panel actually found it quite, I can't think of the word, but quite different and quite exciting to hear stuff that wasn't actually linked to healthcare. So if you have had any previous jobs, link those in as well, because uni doesn't just teach you everything. You've got life experience from other experiences. I guess obviously think of it as your chance to shine. So yes, you're there to show what you can do, but also you need to show what other things you can bring to the role. So for example, my interview panel did say that they liked how smiley I was, how chatty I was, how I asked questions and just seemed really interested. And similar to what Rachel said, this is your time to interview the trust. So, you know, for me, I wanted to know about supervision. I wanted to know what support I was going to get. I wanted to know a bit more about my rotations because I'd never actually done any acute placements during my time at university. And I knew that the rotations included acute stroke and general inpatients. So for me, I wanted to know a bit more about that. And yeah, I guess just really trying to get out of them what support they're going to offer you as an NQP is a massive thing. Next slide, please. So I am really lucky because the trust that I work for is so supportive. We have so much support as an NQP and going into, well, the rest of our bands and the rest of our career, really. So I have regular one-to-one meetings with my line manager / preceptor. When I first started my role, I had a line manager who I really get on with as a person. We just didn't click as preceptee and preceptor, and I got the manager changed. And now things are working a lot more smoothly. And that can happen sometimes. You know, people have different skill sets and our brains all work differently. And my manager now is so open with me, and we really come up with plans for me to support me with my ADHD, which really helped me with my competencies. And yeah, I still really get on with the colleague who was my manager. It just wasn't a working relationship that worked well, and sometimes that's okay. I have monthly peer supervision with 3 of my other band 5s. We've started incorporating CPD into this. So we've started doing a bit of a journal club. We've been looking at outcome measures and kind of plotting it onto patients. Wolverhampton Trust has a big preceptorship program where you attend. It's 4 to 5 days worth of sessions. And I remember one of them was called Transitioning into a Qualified Practitioner. And I found that so helpful. So if your trust does offer that, I definitely recommend going to it. You also get to meet lots of different colleagues from different professions. As a team, we also have whole team meetings, so the whole adult team, and then we have whole service meetings, which include the children's team, which CPD is incorporated into. And again, really great to network with our colleagues in the paediatric team. One big thing as well, we have great access to courses. So in September, I attended a course, Foundations of Neurology in Adult SLT in London, and absolutely amazing. So I definitely try and ensure that you've got a trust that allows you to go on courses as well. Next slide, please. I'll quickly touch on working as an MDT. So obviously we know we're all going to be working with different people from different professions. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. Big thing, document all your discussions with the MDT, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. I've had some really great moments working with MDTs and it really giving us positive patient outcomes, but then I've also had some difficulties. And I think as an NQP, that's something that you've just got to gain more exposure to and more experience, because it's something that you're going to do throughout your whole career. And especially for your competencies, reflect on these experiences with the MDT. Next slide, please. So this slide kind of summarizes what I wish I knew when I started my role, but there was actually a post that I saw on Instagram the other day that really kind of summarized how I began my NQP role. So I'm just going to read a little bit of a snippet from it. And it said, as a new clinician, I truly thought confidence was something I was supposed to have right away. I saw it in other clinicians and assumed I was doing something wrong for not feeling it yet. Instead of letting myself be new, I spent a lot of energy trying to look like I knew what I was doing, even when I still had so many questions. And it always felt like I was balancing 2 expectations at the same time, learning and performing. I felt like I had to grow while also proving myself, and that pressure made everything feel heavier. I stayed quiet when questions came up, not because I didn't care, because I cared so deeply about how I was being perceived. and I wanted to appear confident more than I wanted to admit I'm still learning. And I thought the confidence meant having all the answers. What I didn't realise was that real confidence is built by asking questions and by saying, I'm not sure yet, and letting yourself learn in real time. Confidence comes after repetition and experience. No one skips this part, even if it looks like they did from the outside. And reading that really made me reflect and go, oh my gosh, that was me. And I stayed quiet, and I wanted to just act like I knew everything, and I didn't. And kind of having that outlook in my role now has made me thrive. I ask questions all the time. I call my team leads all the time and go, I've just seen this patient and blah, blah, blah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Every day is a learning day. My manager's a band 8, and she still sometimes rings colleagues and goes, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing here. Feeling out of your depth is completely normal. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. And I really hope that's your biggest takeaway from my talk, because if I would have kind of read that when I started my role, I think I would have had a much smoother introduction to my role. Next slide, please. So just a quick slide. Obviously, keep the lookout for band 5 positions. Acting services managers, X or Twitter, whatever we're calling it now, is there. We'd love for newly qualifieds to be applying. Same as Rachel. I know everybody's probably going to say this about their trust. My trust is fabulous and really supportive and lovely. And yet we'd be lucky to have any of you guys. Next slide, please. So thank you for listening. Again, any questions, feel free to ask me later. I will be about. So thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Izzy.
Hi. Hi, everyone. So I'm Izzy Chong, and I'm currently working as a speech and language therapist at Chiltern Way Academy. So different from our three other speakers here, I'm the only one who's not in an NHS trust. So this is a special school, and we actually have 71 students only, but we are across 7 campuses. So I'll touch on this a bit more later. Next slide, please. So a bit about me. I'm originally from Hong Kong, and I came to the UK when I was in year 7. So it's a lot of back and forth coming home, going home and coming here. And there's a lot of that kind of cultural background that lets me bring my background into the job and into my research as well. So during my master's, I researched on some DLD tools for Cantonese and English bilingual children. And as I said, with that cultural background, it really helps me, and I feel really equipped to do that. And I've also been really incredibly fortunate to be able to continue working on that alongside my SALT role. And thanks to my amazing support, my supervisor, at City. And so for those who really want to get into research as well as working as a SALT, it is possible. And it's been really meaningful to be able to bridge that gap between clinical work and research. And some people do say, when I went to some events, some people said that actually being a clinician first and then going back into research has helped them develop better as a clinician as well. Yeah, so I am really glad that I'm able to start my research journey this early on in my career. So I hope that anyone who wants to embark on this research journey will be able to as well. And feel free to ask some more questions at the Q&A later. And I am also diagnosed with combined ADHD, late diagnosed, just like Stevie. And it's been such a journey of self-discovery and acceptance, and it's helped me as an NQP as well, and connecting with those students and really guiding the teachers as well, especially those who've not worked with neurodivergent students, bridging that gap between the empathy they feel and using those right strategies between to support the students. I think this diagnosis has really helped me through helping to connect the students and the teachers. And I also am really interested in early years and children with young people. Although I did really unexpectedly love my placement when I worked with stroke patients. So it was a bit of a debate whether or not I should go into a hospital first or a school, but I'm really glad that I landed this job. So outside of work, I climb and I crochet, and I really actively try to protect those things and keep that work-life balance, which is really important as well. So next slide. I started my journey as with doing linguistics for my bachelor's, and then I worked for worked for some special schools and some schools as a teaching assistant for a year. And that is actually because I was going to go to Essex, but I didn't get in. So it actually worked out really well because this experience, this whole year, has equipped me with so much experience that I can bring into the interview. And so it made me be successful with my master's application as well. And it was a really intense 2 years, as we all should probably know with the speech therapy degrees. But yes, we keep going. So after my master's, a really intense 2 years, I started job hunting, and I had a few failed interviews, which including one that was my placement from uni, and I thought that, oh, I'm 100% going to get that, but no, I didn't get that. But that's okay. So I kept checking the NHS website and just on LinkedIn, and unexpectedly on LinkedIn, a healthcare recruiter reached out to me, and I felt that was a bit skeptical. I felt a bit skeptical at the time because sometimes you just don't know. But I agreed to have a call, and I ended up having this call with a school where they asked, oh, okay, so what I was looking for, where I wanted to work. And I was connected to the therapies lead at my current school, and submitted an application after. And then I got an interview. And it was really tough because I was planning to relocate. So I traveled far for this interview, and it lasted for 3 hours. And I thought mine was long, but apparently Stevie's was longer. And on the same day, I actually had another interview online as well. And that was with adult learning disabilities further down south. And that was a rescheduled interview that I asked myself. I asked the trust whether or not I could do. I asked the trust to reschedule the interview twice because it clashed with two of my other interviews, and they were actually really nice, and they were okay with that. So unexpectedly, if there are any moments when you feel like, maybe I shouldn't ask this because maybe it's not the very professional or not the best thing to do, please just do it, because you never know what would happen. And I didn't expect them to say yes to an online interview when they insisted it to be in person as well. So yes, that's how I landed my first job, which was really draining with those interviews, but it worked out in the end. So enough about me. I'm going to move on to the next slide. So with my work week, I know this is a really busy slide with my timetable, but this is really me in the beginning of the year, where I try to fit everything in and wanted to just be the best therapist and best, just really hardworking, as Stevie said, like, oh, we just want to do everything. But I learned to pace myself throughout the year, and I promise you, it doesn't look as busy now. So my hours are 8:30 to 4:30. Tuesdays, we stay a bit longer for staff CPD. And then on Fridays, we leave a bit earlier at 4. And we have a weekly staff briefing. Oh, sorry. We have a weekly meeting with the therapies team, which includes sometimes some discipline-specific supervision, which includes talking about caseloads, reflecting on any screening tools we've developed and how we can make that better. And also with some CPD training at some specific weeks as well. And we can request any CPD we want. And then I think working in a school, it is very much us integrated into the ecosystem. So it's not just me being a therapist, but it's working the break and lunch duties, and actually mingling with the teachers, with the Senko and everything, which I'll touch on a bit later. Sorry, just to jump back to the timetable. You can see that my ADHD brain is going firing. Anyways, so the timetable is organized to meet the EHCP hours prioritized by tier, which is, as Rachel said earlier, it was determined by the balanced system framework. So on top of looking at the EHCP, we also have our own screens for SALT and OT for all of the students at the beginning of the academic year. So it's sometimes I do worry that the kids don't have, if it's not on their EHCP, they won't get their hours, but it's not like that necessarily, which is a great part. And working in this school, the first 2 weeks, I actually used that to kind of settle into the school. It really came through the value of this school, like this phrase I like to say, connection over correction. It really comes through because those first 2 weeks, I spent it like observing lessons, mingling with the teachers and the students, and I wasn't thrown into a full caseload immediately. Perhaps because this is a special school and everyone needs transition times, and we all understand that. So I did mingle, I joined playground conversations. There's no pressure in like jumping in straight away. And it was really great to have that time to kind of declutter the office and make it my own space. And so I think really seeing that come through and seeing that value in this school made me feel like this is the right place to be. So as Rachel and Stevie did say with the values thing, I think use some time to really have a feel of the school or of the workplace in the future and see if it really matches your style, because that is so important as well. And sometimes in this school, because it is a school, it can feel like it's less of a traditional SALT role, just because it is less kind of less very traditional articulation based or very structured at times. And I did question it, but it is still communication, it's still impact, it's still that participation. And it's really guiding those neurodivergent teenagers through their identity issues or anxiety and friendships and emotional regulation. And it really, really is impactful. So I think working in a school, it just means that you do see that growth every day. Even if you're not working with the students directly, you do still see them. You do still have that interaction. Even if it's like a smile across the room, that wave, it's still that presence that makes a difference as well. And so I think that's the main difference between working in a school versus working in a hospital. So instead of delivering just like a block of therapy, it would be being part of their ecosystem. Okay, next please. I feel like I've rambled on enough about that. So top tips for interview from me. And the same with Stevie. When I hear a question, my brain just fires with a lot of ideas and I'll just forget the question mid-answer. So for each interview, I try to ask if I could get some pen and paper. Well, I bring them and I ask if I could jot down some questions. And it's always been welcomed. And it's, especially working in a school, it is these skills, these strategies that you will be modeling, and you'll be finding these strategies for yourself to support yourself and keep yourself grounded as well. But other strategies I would say is to really just practice and keep speaking, keep practicing, build your fluency, show your authenticity, let your personality shine through, Because after the interview, my manager actually told me that, oh, actually, we were just looking for someone who has something about them, you know. And so I think letting that personality shine through does give that a bit of a special twist or kick into your interview. And always prepare for safeguarding questions. That's a big thing, I think. Next slide, please. I think I'm running out of time. Cool. So just a little bit on supervision and NQP competencies. So in this school, I don't actually have too much supervision in person because there's 7 campuses, and a lot of the supervision happens online. And so at first it did feel uncertain, but then it actually, my manager made sure that I felt comfortable and supported throughout my NQP journey. And I have always been able to speak about my caseloads and my worries with her. And quickly about the CPDs, I do really love using the CPD Me tool, but also alongside the RCSLT tool. It is a lot to keep track of, but I think having both there do really help you take ownership of your own development and keep track visually as well. Oh, thank you. All right. So I think I'll just jump on to the next slide quickly. So working in a school involves working with the OTs, with teachers, TAs, and SENCOs. And then there's also like a safeguarding team and support team. And it's really important to kind of make sure that you have that communication open, because I remember before I started, some people were saying that, oh, it doesn't feel that the therapies team are very present. And it's actually important for you to make that kind of make yourself known in a way, so that you're actually making sure that people know what your role entails and how you can help, so that people will approach you as well. Because we're running out of time, I'll just jump on the next slide and let you know that something I really wish I knew was that you're not expected to be perfect, which is the same things that Rachel and Steve have said as well, because settling in and finding your rhythm is so much more important, well, as important as really getting that competencies through and being the best therapist. So ask your questions, protect your energy, and good luck to everyone. And please do ask any questions. I look forward to all your questions afterwards. I am going to hand over to Rasheen now. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm Roisin. I'm a paediatric speech and language therapist at the Royal Wolverhampton NHS Trust. If I could just pop onto the next slide. So this is just a little bit about me. So my journey to being a speech and language therapist wasn't sort of your typical go to uni, get a degree, start sort of younger. I'm a single mom to 4 children. I have a previous degree in human resources management, and I sort of worked in business management and hospitality for about 8 to 10 years before I came to do this degree. And just a little bit like Stevie, that gave me lots of really great life experience. HR is a very sort of people-focused industry, so I was managing lots of different people, managing sort of their life circumstances, having those difficult conversations sometimes. So I feel like that really gave me a good grounding, and also in some of those softer people business skills as well. Obviously being a single mom and being an NQP is a lot to juggle all at once. My youngest son, he is diagnosed with autism spectrum condition as well. So he's got very high care needs. He's sort of, he's starting to speak a little bit more now, but we're working on it every day. So speech therapy is really sort of my home life and my work life as well. So I just think it's important to think that just because you've got lots of other things going on in your life doesn't mean that this job won't work for you. So when I was looking for my role, it was really important for me to think about how it would work with my life as well. So I work term time only in this job. I also have a lovely, really flexible manager, and we work out solutions for if there is an Easter bonnet parade or an award ceremony at school, you know, things that are really important and help me strike that balance between my home life and my work life. So I when I was at uni, I came here to do my first placement, and they asked me to stay on a day a week as a therapy support practitioner as well. So I've worked at the Royal Wolverhampton during the final year of my degree for a day a week, and then I've come here as a band 5 now. So next slide, please. So this looks really scary. I didn't realise till I wrote it all down that it looks much more scary than it is. But this is a real fine breakdown of a typical week for me. So I'll see, at the moment, because I'm an NQP, I see 3 children a day. That's to give me a little bit more room to do sort of my notes, my reports. But once I've completed my competencies, I'll move up to seeing 4 children a day. So this is just, so my first 2 days a week are a preschool clinic. So I do that here from the health centre at the GEM centre. And then my last 3 days of the week are out at schools. So for those ones, I make all my own appointments. I talk to Senkos. They're really quite varied because I often have to change my schedule for an EHCP, or a Senko will say to me, oh my goodness, this little one is really struggling with their speech and it's really frustrating to them. Can you see them a little bit quicker? So I enjoy having that sort of control over my schedule and being able to prioritise and being able to sort of change things up and meet those parent expectations as well, that if their child really, really is struggling, that we can sort of see them and get something at least in place for now, maybe a communication board, maybe something that can help in the meantime until we can do that full assessment. And it's really varied. So we run lots of sort of groups that help us with our CPD. So I'm part of the speech core group at the moment. So we look at our service delivery in that group. We bring in different research, sort of the standards across speech therapy and other trusts. And we look at whether our service is meeting those needs in that area, and sort of and how we can sort of optimise that service for children. So that's a really interesting part of my role and my week as well. Can I have the next slide, please? So preparing for interviews, obviously I was HR for a long time, so I gave interviews as well as, so I've sat both sides of the table. But one of the things that I enjoyed about my interview here was that it was like Stevie's, so it was a bit more of an assessment day. And even though I was here as a support practitioner, I still came and sat the assessment day with all the other candidates. So there was written case study questions. So that was, I sort of got a case study about a child, and I was asked about what sort of the norms were. There was a little bit of transcription work and speech work in there as well, some strategies and targets to come up with for the child. And then we had a group discussion. So I've got some tips for group discussions. They've worked for me in the past and they worked for me here as well. And it's just some things that you can sort of have in your back pocket to help you feel a little bit more confident about those people skills in that scenario as well. So I always try and take the time to learn the other candidates' names. If you're sat in the waiting area, sometimes they have a handy badge on, and I'll use those during my group discussion. I might say, oh, Amy, that was a really great point. Maybe we could think about this as well. So using that sort of personal touch, and also really listening to what everybody's saying, reflecting it back and building on it shows some great skills in group interviews as well. And just trying to, I know we all get really nervous, and I do, and sometimes I talk over people when I'm really, really nervous. So it's just breathing through it, making sure that you're giving everybody space to speak as well, and you will get your chance to sort of put yourself forward in that scenario. Interviews as well, I think it's really important to look at what you want for your career and how you can grow with that service, and to ask those questions. Say, oh, I'm really interested in paediatric dysphagia. Is that something that I would be able to do in this service? Can you support me with that? Sort of what does that look like here? And also, I think that reassures employers that you were really committed to joining a team, staying there and developing within the service as well, which is what everyone wants to retain great team members, especially when they've sort of embedded themselves in that team. So then also just to ask about things that really matter to you to maintain your work and work-life balance. So for me, I am a completely single parent. I don't have a co-parent. So working term time only was the only way that I could do this job. So that was a really important thing for me to ask about, but also about whether maybe I could work at home a couple of times, you know, or if there's that flexibility for things at school. Obviously, Eli, my little boy, he's autistic, so he has paediatrician appointments. He has speech and language therapy. I have meetings with his Senko. So it's just, and I think being really open and honest about your life and about what you need as well, so that you're a fit for them and they're a fit for you in interviews. And just as the others have said, always look through the values and try and align them with your values personally, but also things that you've done. Doesn't have to be healthcare. Like Stevie, so I worked in managing a pub for a long time. So there's so much that you can pull out from there. So actually a lot of my examples were from the pub as well, which is, it just gives it a nice dynamic that your life isn't maybe as one-dimensional. You have got some skills that you can really bring from lots of different areas and that you know how to apply them in different scenarios. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit about what I do for supervision and NQP goals. So I have a line manager who I meet with sort of 6 weekly, but I also have my preceptor, and she is absolutely amazing. We get on really, really well, but she's also, which is something that I appreciate, she's very direct. So we can talk openly and honestly about sort of what's going on, how can we reach this next point in that sort of supervision process. And she also really supports me. There's been times where I've said, look, I'm not striking that balance between home and here. I'm really stressed about it. What can we do? And we've done things like maybe drop contacts for a few days, lots of things to manage that. So get weekly NQP time, but I haven't been the best at taking it, which I'm getting better at. That's an expectation that I start taking that to do my competencies. But I think at first, just so many things are happening. You're learning everything very, very quickly. So it's okay to say, oh, I didn't quite get the balance right there. Let's step back and let's sort of readdress that. So we've got a trust-wide preceptorship that Stevie's talked about as well, because we're at the same trust. So that is sort of sessions across all the professions of NQP. So you've got your nurses, your OTs, and it's really just to talk about being a new member of the trust and how we're settling in and making that transition. I'm really, really lucky here. My team is amazing. We've got a really strong NQP presence at the moment. So there's a few NQPs and a few people that have just completed their competencies. And that support has been incredible because they have literally just been there and they know how stressful it is. And they've got really great tips for managing that. And we sit in a nice little office and there'll be band 7s there, band 6s. I've never had a problem asking a question. Nobody's ever made me feel silly. And we've got great opportunities to shadow because we're so varied. So we've got a neonatal team over at the hospital doing neonatal dysphagia. We've got people that specialise in stammering, speech. So I think really taking those opportunities within your team as well in that first year is important. I've learned so much by saying, oh, could I pop over to the hospital for half a day and shadow you? And it's just really great. And the conversations that we have in the office are really stimulating and you learn lots just from sitting and listening to people talk in the office. So that's great. Next slide, please. So we work as an MDT, we work with lots of different professionals, paediatricians, OTs, the special needs early years service, which I'm not sure translates across the country, but they basically look at children from a more holistic perspective. So they'll go in and assess all the different areas of their development. We've got Senkos, social services, Parents, obviously, and families are part of the MDT as well, because they know their children best. They should be there helping you make the decisions. So we work really closely with all of those people, and we've also got really open lines of communication, especially to people like safeguarding. We can just give them I always think, if you're not sure, if you've got a cause to pause and you're not sure, just give them a quick call and double check that you're on the right track with something. But yeah, I think if you're selecting a role, it's important to understand how you're going to be able to communicate with the MDT, how open that process is, because a lot of your learning is going to come from there as well. So it's just things to sort of ask when you're preparing for a role. So next slide, please. Oh, so these are the things that I wish I knew starting as an NQP, and sometimes I still don't know them and I have to remind myself. So be really kind to yourself. I came in and I was like a little bit like Stevie, why don't I know everything? Why aren't I as confident as other people here? Just a big wobble. It's that imposter syndrome. Should I really be here? Have I got the skills to do this? And I think part of that comes from a place that this job to me was, I've fought really hard to get here. It's my sort of, not to be corny, but it's my dream job. So this is the job that really sort of piques my interest levels. It's the only job that I've really truly enjoyed, and then also wanted to really have that fire to develop in. So I was like, right, I need to smash this straight away, and I need to be excellent, amazing. And I think when you go from being a really great student as well to coming in and being an NQP who's sort of still learning and developing, that's a big transition to make. Suddenly you're not getting all this feedback that you're amazing, and you're struggling to sort of keep up with that role. So I've definitely slowed down a little bit more now and given myself that grace and said, look, we don't need to know everything right now. It's okay to ask those questions. And you are an NQP, and nobody's expecting that you come in and that you're like a band 6, because you're not. And then just taking that little bit of extra time to learn things, ask the questions, ask to shadow others, and that you deserve to be there and you are a real SLT. Don't forget that. You've passed your course, you've done a great job, you're supposed to be at that table, so make sure that you sit at it. I don't know if there's another slide after this one, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. So just things to consider when you're looking for your first role. Really think about what you want as well. So it's easy to apply to lots and lots and lots of places, but when it comes to doing those interviews and you're getting towards, am I going to accept this job? Really think about it. Look through your contract as well. So I accepted a job before this one, which I pulled out of. And it wasn't because of the contract, but some of the things in the contract that didn't work for me were things like hours, flexibility, being paid mileage if I'm expected to travel around lots and lots of different places. They seem like boring things and you think, oh gosh, well, it doesn't matter because I've got the job. But down the line in 6-12 months, those things might become quite difficult and sort of a sticking point for you. Are there development opportunities? So I have quite high aspirations in my career, and I wasn't shy about saying that. I said, in a realistic way, in 10 years, this is where I would like to be. Do you see that I could progress that way within your service? And I we did a presentation on our day as well, and I gave sort of a 2, 5 and 10-year goal for where I wanted to be. And then your general caseload as well. So here we have a dysphagia caseload, which is important to me. So does that align with what you're interested in? Are you going to get to see a really varied spectrum of children as well, or adults? Are you going to get those opportunities to pop into other areas of service? And the environment. So we're a working team. But if you prefer to do that alone working, so what works for you best there? How do you work best? So that's the things that I would think about when applying for a role. Is there another slide? I'm not sure. Sorry, I've lost track. Oh yeah. So just I'll be around to ask questions.
Yeah, Roisin, thank you so much for that. Another brilliant presentation. Can I just say a really big thank you to all 4 speakers? You've done an amazing job. I've got loads of questions for you, but I know that lots of other people will. Can you just please, if you have got questions after the break, can you please scan the code on the screen and put in your questions, and we will then come back to a Q&A session directly after a break. But again, just thank you so much. Brilliant presentations. I really love the way you brought in both the professional side, but also the personal side into why you chose your roles and where you chose and how it's worked for you. So thank you for being upfront, open and honest with us. It's been brilliant. So it is 10:29. We are going to come back at 10:40. So everybody's got 10 minutes now to go and grab a cup of tea. And we'll see you all back at 10:40. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. It's 10:40, and as I said, I'm going to try and keep to time as much as I possibly can. So delighted to see you all back again. Can I just recap and say a really big thank you to the last 4 presentations? They were really powerful, and I just really like the way that you were able to bring in both your personal and your professional perspective. So brilliant. You've obviously created a great deal of questions. There, we've got an awful lot of questions coming through, which is wonderful. So I'm going to start off. There is one question that's coming through about HCPC and about the HCPC certificate. I'm not going to take that question now because it doesn't relate to the 4 speech presentation we've had, but we are going to put something in the chat, which is an update from HCPC on that specific question. So that will come in and you will have that in a few minutes. But I'm going to go back to the questions that have been asked of the 4 speakers. And the first question was to any of the speakers. So please just put your hand up of our 4 speakers if you want to respond to this one. It's how long did it take you to find a job, and after a certain period of time, would you recommend looking elsewhere or considering assistant posts? Who would like to answer that? Stevie. I'll go to Stevie and then Rachel.
I think, look, if you can't find a job that's specific to what you want to do or in an area that you want to be, I mean, from what I've seen in my trust, people have had assistant jobs. And then when they've, when a band 5 job has come out, they've gone for it. And they've not just had experience of giving therapy and obviously working with the clientele, but they've also had experience of working in the team and with the trust. And obviously, it's not initially what you want to do because we do the degree to be a speech therapist. But a lot of the assistants that we've had in our trust are going on now to train to be speech therapists. And I think that the experience you can get from being an assistant is actually really wonderful for our career. And it was what I was looking at initially and also what I was looking at to get experience to do the course. And I think if you are struggling, because I don't know about the rest of the NQPs, but I was quite lucky when I finished my course. There was quite a few jobs about. Sometimes there might not be. It depends when you finish. So I think just getting as much experience as you can in the field is the best thing to do. So I'd definitely say go for it, in my opinion.
Thanks, Stevie. Rachel?
Yes, Stevie's basically said what I was going to say. I completely agree. Any experience is good experience, and same for applying for jobs. If you don't get it, it's still really good experience, feedback from interviews, that'll help you prepare for the next one.
Brilliant. Thanks, Rachel. The next question is for you specifically, Stevie. It says, did you find it difficult to find adult jobs, and did you consider applying for children's even though you knew you wanted to work with adults?
Like I said, I was quite lucky. There was quite a few jobs out when I was applying. All different variations of adult roles, such as rotational. The rotations were all different. Personally, I felt like when I'd finished my masters, I'd put a lot of work into my adult placements, and not that I didn't with my pediatrics, but I just felt a lot more natural with working with adults. And I knew that I would have been unhappy in a pediatric role. And personally, again, just the way my brain works, I found the adult theory easier to learn than the pediatrics and easier to retain and actually put into practice. So I think if I was in a pediatric role, I wouldn't have thrived, I wouldn't have been as happy, and I would have struggled a lot more to progress. So I guess it's up to you. A few people on my course wanted to work in adults and ended up getting a job in peds for a bit. And some of my colleagues actually did that. One of the band 6s worked in peds for 2 years. But I guess it just depends on your confidence levels and if you think that you could do the role. I guess just for me personally, I didn't feel like I would have been able to do well in a paediatric role. But again, just me.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, how have you grown in your confidence to be assertive? For example, difficult conversations, saying no when capacity doesn't allow for more input, etc. So how have you grown to be able to be quite assertive in standing your ground, I guess? Anybody want to tackle that one? Rashid?
So at first, I thought that would be quite scary to be assertive, especially when it came to parents, Senkos, that kind of thing. But I think it's really getting to that level where you can empathise with what they're saying as well. So yes, you're having a difficult conversation and it might not be what they want to hear. And sometimes you do have to be a little bit direct. But it's saying, I realise that this is a tough conversation for us to be having. And I completely, your side of the coin is valid as well. But these are the reasons that we're having this conversation. And just really explaining, going into detail about why you've made the decisions that you've made is really helpful, and preparing for those conversations. So having good reasons that you're saying, I'm discharging, but I've gone in, I've thoroughly assessed, we've looked at all areas, I've spoken to teachers, and that these are the reasons that I'm making this decision. But those difficult conversations exist sort of across your role. So they'll also exist with colleagues, conversations that you're going to have personally, like, I need more support, or I'm really struggling with this. So, but I think always have a plan if you know that a conversation might be a little bit tricky. And sometimes the conversations that I've absolutely dreaded and thought, oh my goodness, this is going to be so difficult, turned out to be nowhere near as bad as I'd catastrophized it in my brain. So just remember, it might not be as bad as you think it's going to be as well.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Izzy?
Yeah, just to echo what Rasheen said, really preparing and being straight, like upfront with the person you're trying to be assertive to, makes a difference. So just saying, oh, this is why we're having this conversation. I know it's going to be difficult, that kind of thing. And just to touch base on being with colleagues as well, within the school role, it's quite usual that we have to kind of put our boundaries forward, saying, oh, this is in the EHCP. So talking to the TAs, we'll have to say, we have to prioritize this over the interventions over supporting the student in class, because it is more important. Interventions are a priority, and you will have to have those conversations. And I think over time it does develop with your confidence as well.
Thank you. And Stevie?
I just wanted to touch a bit on the kind of difficult conversation side of things, especially in an adult role, especially if you're going to be working in an acute role and with dysphagia, you can have a lot of difficult conversations with families. And when I was doing my dysphagia training, I actually asked my team lead who was training me if I could sit in on family meetings where these discussions would be happening about, kind of what was going to be happening to their family member while they're in hospital in regards to their feeding and their swallowing. And I think for me, a lot of exposure was good because I could pick up on the language that was used to speak to families. And then when I did my first family meeting, I had her in the room with me so that if there was something I maybe forgot to say, or if there was something that she slightly wanted to reword, I had her support there. And now I'm able to go in and do them on my own. So again, I think if that's something you're worried about, it's exposure and just asking to maybe do some joints with senior members of the team.
Brilliant. Thanks, Stevie. Rachel, the next one's for you. It says, when applying for roles advertised as Band 6 or Specialist, did you write in the application that you were interested in a Band 5 to 6 progression post?
No, I don't remember writing it specifically. I think that just on track, I'm pretty sure they get you to put in like your university and when you graduated. And so I think that they would have known that I was Band 5 or that I wanted a Band 5 role. And so I don't remember writing it specifically, but through the interview, I imagine that if they didn't know already, they probably picked up that I didn't have any direct job experience. I just had my placements and other experience from before then. So I don't remember specifically writing it down. But it might just be something that you say if they ask at the beginning of the interview, can you tell me a bit about yourself? You might just say, I've graduated from university a couple of months ago and now I'm looking for a band 5 job.
Yeah.
That sort of answers the question.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. And this question to all 4 of you is, when did you start applying to jobs? Anybody want to go first? Stevie?
I started applying whilst I was doing my dissertation, and Leeds Beckett were very open in saying, there's nothing wrong with applying now because people will hold roles for you. I can't remember who told me this, but somebody did say that towards, I'd say, kind of coming up to this time of year, springtime, that's when a lot of jobs are released. And I think if you make it very clear that, this is the date that everything will be done for my degree, and, I might have to wait for my HCPC pin to come through. A lot of trusts will allow you to start as an assistant, and then when your HCPC pin comes through, then you'll get paid as a therapist. So I'd say there's nothing wrong with reaching out to trusts now and saying, I'm going to finish on this date. Would it be okay for me to apply? Would the job potentially be held?
Okay, thank you. Roisin, you did have your hand up.
Oh, yeah, mine is very similar to Stevie. So I just applied as soon as I saw jobs that were sort of relevant to me, I applied for them. And when I started here, I didn't quite have my HCPC pin. So I was technically a band 4 until that pin came through, and then I moved, and then they just switched my job role out. So it's pretty much similar. Apply to whatever comes up that you think is like, yeah, that's a job for me, and just see where you go with it.
Okay, thanks. Izzy?
So towards the end of the degree, when I was doing my dissertation, I really casually looked on NHS jobs website, just seeing what pops up every week, like the frequency of how the job roles will change and how fast they go. And then a lot of my course mates weren't really wanting to put too much pressure on themselves as well. And it's perfectly fine to just want a break, like a 1 month or however long break you want. And I mean, the roles did still exist, and throughout, I think I applied around June, July, but beforehand I was looking through the roles as well. So,
Okay.
and they do pop up. Yeah.
Great, thank you. There's a question here from a number of people. It's to Rachel. Would you mind sharing some of the CPD resources you enjoy, such as some of the podcasts on developments that you mentioned? Maybe you could share that. I don't know if you want to give a sort of a top line now and then maybe put some stuff in the chat.
Yeah, I definitely can. So the RCSLT podcast I really like. There was one particular one about developmental language disorder recently that I really liked. And then there's a podcast called SLT Time as well, like T as in TEA, that I really like. It's quite informal. It just feels like a conversation between the people on the podcast, which I think is really nice. And then anything else, I'll pop a couple of links in the chat as well when I can find the stuff that I was referring to.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Rachel. Let me see. How big a role does LinkedIn play in your job hunt? A number of people said they haven't used it during their course, but they wondered if could it be disadvantaged by not having much on LinkedIn? So do any of you use LinkedIn? Did you find it useful? Izzy?
So interestingly, I was just trying to be active because of my research on LinkedIn so I can get more participants. But afterwards, I was like, okay, I'll just post some of my interests on there and what I do professionally. And the reason why the healthcare recruiter approached me was because of those posts. But I do believe that you're not disadvantaged because it is you taking the initiative to go out there and look for those jobs on the websites. And I think it really is just luck that healthcare recruiter stumbled upon my posts, and I'm not sure. I do believe that it's not a disadvantage. I'm not sure how the other NQPs think.
Yeah, Stevie?
Oh, I was just going to say I haven't used it in terms of my role, but I do think it's really useful to have it in terms of networking. And I see courses on there, even just some posts that are really knowledgeable and informative. And it's just really great to kind of have your name out there with the trusts and other members of, you know, the SLT team in the country. And it's just nice to see what other people are doing as well. Like when I mentioned about my CPD in our peer supervision and doing the journal club, it's actually something that I saw on LinkedIn. So I think it's just always handy to have one and to follow similar careers on there.
Yeah, certainly from my perspective, I would really suggest people doing it. I think it's a really good way of getting your name out there, but also getting your interests out there as well. So I would definitely suggest using it. Do you have any top tips for NHS job applications, especially the personal statements that's requested? Any sort of tips on completing that? Rachel?
I think sort of going back to what I was saying in my presentation about, you know, the bullet points in the job description and in the person specification are there for you to use. And so I think that if you're kind of structuring, you know, maybe like a sentence for each bullet point or for every, you know, as many bullet points as you can fit in. I know that you're so limited with the number of characters. But I think that your sentences can be quite concise just to kind of give them an overview of what you have, and then the interview is your opportunity to develop on that more. And so I think that that's the way that I would sort of structure it, like a paragraph about the if they've split it into like 4 different kind of sections, a paragraph for each. I think is a really nice way to do it, and it's just organized and kind of clear for them to read as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This one's for Stevie. I haven't seen lots of rotational roles in the NHS come up, at least not in LinkedIn. Where would be a good place or site to find such roles as an NQP?
I've seen quite a few on NHS jobs. Obviously, it depends on the area you're in. But I think also there's no harm in maybe, you know, inquiring about a rotational role, or even if it's not as many rotations as I do. Say if, you know, there's a role in acute stroke that you're interested in, but you'd maybe like to explore a stroke pathway, maybe ask if there's potential for it to be a pathway role eventually. So maybe doing a bit of community stroke, because things are changing all the time. I mean, my role's going to change soon into a potential stroke pathway role, and you never know how things are going to change. So I think if you don't ask, you don't get. But I have seen quite a few on NHS jobs.
Okay, great, helpful, thank you. This question to all 4 of you: how long did it take you to complete your competencies? Anybody? Rachel?
Mine took approximately 12 months, but as I said, I'm still working on my preceptorship. That'll be finished next month. But I think it's because I was keeping a really good track of things, and I was writing things down as I thought of them or as I did them, so that then when I got my competencies time, like my protected time, I could go back and think that one goes with number like P1, or that one goes with C1, or whatever it might be. So I think I was just, in my brain, I was like, I need to be quite organized about this, or else I will forget what I've done.
Okay. And Stevie?
Mine, it took me around 8 months, I think. I did start them earlier, but had a break because I was doing my dysphagia competencies and I was struggling to do them both at the same time. But again, everybody's different. It depends on the area you're in. But one thing I found really useful was to not look at them as a whole, because if you've seen the diary, it's very overwhelming. So myself and my manager would give myself a timeline of a month, and we'd maybe pick 3 of the goals to meet, and then I'd have my protected time and just look at those goals and not focus on the other ones, because then I'd get stressed out. So just a little tip.
Yeah, no, those tips are really good. The next question's to Izzy and to Stevie. What sort of advice do you have for NQPs with combined ADHD? Has anything in particular helped you? Izzy?
I think really just advocating for your needs, even if you don't feel comfortable just saying that you have ADHD, knowing your strategies and voicing them towards your manager will really help. I think it's really about that kind of self-awareness and advocating and not being afraid of advocating and just saying, I don't know, say what you need, because it is so important. And if you don't say it, it will stress yourself out. So I think better to say it than not. If there's any specific questions on like how to implement strategies, I'm not sure if that would be better.
Yeah, there may be all the questions are come up on the screen in front of me. So let's see, we might get some more a bit later on. So we'll come back to that. Stevie.
Yeah, like similar to Izzy, but I think what I found is kind of allowing myself time to know what my learning style is in this role. Because I'd come from pub work to this, it was completely different. And again, just being really open. I mean, my team now, so when I'm on the wards, I get quite overwhelmed with the noise and the beeping. So I'll go into like the MDT room to do my notes sometimes. My team lead on the stroke unit lets me go and have a little Pepsi Max break, as we call it, just to kind of let my brain chill out for a little bit at times. Again, with the competencies, sometimes it's a bit of trial and error with things. So with the competencies, we tried a few other things and then realised actually giving me a deadline with a short, picking the 3 competencies rather than looking at them all was really helpful. So I think it's trying to find somebody who will be open into that little bit of trying things and maybe they don't work, and that's it, trial and error. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. This is to, let me see. Sorry, they're jumping about on my screen. That's Do you know anyone who had a break after their degree and applied for jobs at a later date instead of straight away? And how was their experience? Do we know anybody who did their degree then stepped away for a while? Roisin?
So it's not that they stepped away for a while, but one of the other NQPs that I'm working with at the moment, so they applied and interviewed at the same time as me for this job, but they negotiated a little bit about their contract start date and they actually didn't start until October. So whereas I started in sort of July time, so there is that negotiation to have as well. If you see a role and you think, oh, that would be great for me, that's my perfect role, you could still apply for it. And even if it's before you go to interview, just pop an email to the contact that's on the job role and say, is there any flexibility about start dates and things? That might give you the best of both worlds type of thing. You can still apply for the job, but there's always that negotiation about start dates and things when you're interviewing.
Yeah. Again, I think just being upfront at the beginning is really helpful, isn't it? Izzy and Stevie, the ADHD questions come up again in a different way. Did you discuss your ADHD during the interview process, or did you only talk about this after you were settled in the role? Stevie?
So I've always kind of questioned that I had ADHD, but wasn't diagnosed actually until a few months ago. So I didn't actually say anything in the interview. It wasn't really until I started the role where the thought of having ADHD was really solidified. I mentioned it to my line manager, and being open, one of the teams I worked in didn't really at first become quite flexible with how my brain worked, but then another team did, and that's when I started to thrive in the role. And now everybody's kind of realised, this is how Stevie works and this is how she works best. So it is always best to be open. You might face a couple of barriers, but you've just got to try and push through it. But again, I think being able to show that, this is how my brain works and this is how I'm going to thrive is what you need to do. But I think if I had a more solid thought of, yes, that I did have ADHD, I would have been fine saying it at the interview. I think it was just only because I was considering it at the time.
Yeah.
And I think really you should be allowed to be open with things like that. And if a team are a bit dismissive or anything like that, then maybe you need to consider if that's the right team for you.
Indeed. Izzy?
Absolutely agree with the last point. If the team aren't happy or aren't comfortable with discussing neurodivergence, then you'll just know that it is not your place to be. For me, I did discuss it in the interview because I put it as a big part of my identity, and I highlighted how I would combat the like what kind of strategies I use to maneuver through the difficulties I have in everyday life. And I got asked back whether or not I feel comfortable being in this environment, and also if certain situations arise, how would I deal with those? And I think as long as you can come up with different ways you can deal with these situations, then you've really shown that despite having this condition, you do know how to manage it yourself. And that shows how you can be shine through in this role where you will work in.
Great, thank you. Roisin, you did have your hand up. Are you okay? Fine. All right. Let's see. The next one is, what if you're applying for a role that you did not get an opportunity to experience on placements, i.e. pediatrics? What do you think about that?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my hand up. Am I okay to go?
You are, CJ.
Sorry, I just went for it.
That's all right.
I think that it's really hard because at the University of Manchester, we only got 3 like block placements. And so you don't necessarily get that variety. But I think there's so many transferable skills across to every, because even if you're in a pediatric role, but most of your experience is in adults, you'll still have handling those hard conversations, team working, kind of leadership, shadowing. There's so much that goes across every single role. And so I think that you can be open and say, I haven't got that direct experience, but here's something that links to that anyway. So yeah, hopefully that sort of answers the question. I don't know if anyone else has anything more on that one.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Izzy, the next question's for you. It says, I'm really interested in research aspect of SLTs. How do you find research work, and do you get paid for it?
Unfortunately, no, I don't get paid for it. But as I am so passionate about it, I do. I don't mind. It is part of what I just really want to get across into the community. Well, I don't spend too much time now doing the research, but how I found it was just continuing the work with my previous supervisor at City, and just keeping in touch. And then really amazingly, she connected me with other professors in Hong Kong that allowed me the opportunity to continue with that. But for like a paid role kind of thing, there is opportunities with the different funding bodies like NIHR or Barts Health, etc., that will have not preceptorship, pre-doctoral programs or even doctoral programs that can allow you the opportunity to be funded while working. And as I've heard some of these, because it is SALT and healthcare roles, they will match your salary as a healthcare band 5. So do look out for those opportunities. I can pop the link in the chat as well.
Sure, that'd be really helpful. Thanks, Izzy. And also just to say, at RCSLT, for those people who don't know, we have a really strong research team here as well, headed by Amit. And again, any advice you'd want on sort of thinking about going into research or wanting to support the work that we're doing here at RCSLT, then please talk to the research team here, and I'll ask the team to put the details on the chat as well for those people who are interested in research. Okay. This one's for Stevie. Stevie, if location is an issue, how would you recommend handling the current sparse job market and handling job offers at the same time?
That is a hard one. I think, like as mentioned before, potentially looking into SLTA roles, or even any other sort of maybe kind of health and social care roles, just so you're kind of keeping your skills set up. And again, I think it depends on how struck you are on staying in a certain location. I mean, for me, I would have had the Coventry job if I couldn't have got a Wolverhampton one. It was just pure luck for me that the Wolverhampton one came out at the right time. But I think you've got to kind of consider yourself as to what you want more. But I think any sort of role that would kind of continue your skill set developing because yes, we have to kind of continue the theory of our role, but there's also, I think it was Rachel who said earlier, lots of other elements, transferable skills. So if you're dead set, maybe just look on NHS jobs at other roles, and then just keep an eye on the speech therapy roles.
Okay, all right, thank you. Rachel, this is for you. How much of your job involves lone working? And this feels rather daunting as an NQP, but it seems quite common due to the way the role works.
Yeah, I would say there is quite a lot of lone working, just with me being the only speech and language therapist in each school. Like, all the speech therapists in our team have like assigned schools across Stockport. And so I think it is just about thinking, what are your priorities? Would you rather like a clinic role where you have more people around you? But I think, like I said, with all the supervision, we've got a big group chat of like all the school age speech and language therapists. And you can always just ask a question and someone will be back to you, you know, within the day if you've got questions. And I think it sort of encourages you to really speak to the teachers and stuff like that as well. And, you know, think more than just speech and language therapy. What can I do? It's like, what's within the school environment that I can do, you know, without sort of having to go to my direct colleagues, if you understand what I mean. So it is lone working, but I've really enjoyed that aspect of it. I think it's really grown my confidence, and I've felt really independent, but supported to be independent.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. That sort of follows on again with about lone working with you, Izzy. There's a question here. Izzy, what was your supervision stroke NQP competence support experience outside of the NHS? And were you a lone practitioner, and how did you manage this as an NQP?
In terms of lone worker, I'm only based on campus, so I don't go out or have to drive to other places. With the NQP competencies, so I track the competencies on like a spreadsheet myself, and then I use CPD-Me and RCSLT tool to really keep track of each one and see if I have the evidence for them. Kind of forgot the second part of the question.
It was more just about the lone working and the super. I think it's gone from my screen actually, but it was about
the supervision.
Supervision, yeah.
So because it is a school environment, there's so many distractions from actually getting to me, personal career development. So I do have to take the initiative and remind my supervisor and say, oh, these are the things that I need to tick off. Can we please have a meeting in this week? And then we'll go from there, because a lot of the times there's, you know, annual reviews, there's report writing, and there's all the students before us in a way. So I do have to take the initiative for that one.
Yeah. Okay. Very helpful. Thank you. Next one is, I guess, to everyone. In regards to dysphagia competencies, will these be the same as the ones we have to complete at university to qualify, or are these a different set for NQPs? Stevie? You're on mute, Stevie. Are you back now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. So I know that there's obviously been a change recently in the EDS competencies that are being completed on placements. You have a different set to complete as an NQP. So your ones that you're completing now as a student are for you to kind of get the foundations of knowledge, to kind of prepare you for an NQP role. So you will complete more in your role, but that is doing more hands-on stuff and being involved in things like training and discussions with families and things like that. There is quite a lot of them, but they have also recently been changed. And I actually think that the set we have now are a lot more concise, but also very relevant to the roles that you're in, because I've seen the paediatric ones and the adult ones. So you will have to complete another set, but because you've done the ones on placement, you'll have a much better foundation and basis of knowledge to go into your ones in your NQP role.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Stevie. The next one is, and I'm sure this will probably come back later on as well to the some of the managers this afternoon, but this question says, are mature students, those with young kids to care for, are they at a disadvantage in the NQP job market, especially if looking for part-time roles? I don't know what your thoughts are, Roisin.
So I'm a mature student. I'm in my 30s. Obviously, I've got 4 children, and they range from sort of 5 to Percy's about to be 13, which is so big. So I don't think you're necessarily disadvantaged, but what you have to remember is that this job has to work for you as well. So you are going to have to be more selective about the roles that you're picking and maybe the areas that you're going into. So for me, I absolutely love working in adults. Like I would do either. I had a placement in adults and I loved it. I thrived. But for me, I have to work term time only. And the reality of it is a lot of term time only jobs are paediatric jobs because of the way that schools work and the environments that you're going to be working in. What I would say though is have that open conversation when you're applying for jobs, because this was advertised as a full-time role. But I said, would it be possible? Would you be open to discussing a term time only role? So jobs, they might actually be open to that. It might not necessarily be on that sort of that advert, but it might be something that they can accommodate. And sometimes it works better for them. Like they could take on another NQP and spread the funding further with me being term time only. So it actually worked for the service as well. But yeah, there is going to be compromises that you might have to make. But I think those compromises can give you wins in other areas like that work-life balance as well.
I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier on today about, speaking up front right at the beginning of your application and being sort of asking those questions. I think it's really important. So yeah, thank you. Is there a deadline for obtaining NQP competencies after finishing studies? People saying they're planning to take a few months off after the course, and how would that be perceived, do you think? Rachel?
In my trust, I think once you sort of get to 18 months qualified, obviously depending on whether you work full time or part time as well, I think when they get to 18 months, it might be that they start thinking, what can we do more of to support you to achieve your competencies? It's not that you get to 18 months and they're like, why haven't you done them? Or like, why are you still kind of in the middle of doing them? It's not like that at all, but it's just thinking, what more can we do to support you to get to them? And no, I wouldn't say that you're at any kind of disadvantage or anyone's going to think badly if you take some time out, because it's part of your, uni is hard. It's a really demanding course. And so I think if you want to take time out, that's absolutely fine. And I have friends who went traveling, and post uni because that was something that they really wanted to do. And then they've come back, and I don't think that it's put them at a disadvantage at all.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Stevie, can I ask how you arranged a change in preceptor?
So I didn't actually arrange it myself. It was actually my head of adults that did, which I was very appreciative of, because I think I kind of knew that me and my preceptor weren't really working. So I'm just glad that I had a very observant head of adults who realised this. But again, I think if there was something going on with yourself and your preceptor and you felt like it wasn't a good working relationship, as long as you have the discussions in a civilized manner, then there's nothing wrong with kind of raising concerns around that, because you've got to think this is your development and you want it to work as well as you can.
Right. Stevie, the next question is for you as well. What does the journal club with other band fives look like?
So what we do is, because we all rotate in the different areas, so there's 4 areas, 4 band fives. So we all try and find a journal that is related to our current rotation, maybe something that we've used to change our practice, something that we've read for our dysphagia or our NQP competencies, and we bring it to peer supervision. We have kind of planned a little summary of what the article's about, and then we can all discuss cases that we could maybe link to that article, link to the research, maybe talk about, if I would have known that, maybe I would have changed my management with this patient. And it's just all about linking the theory to our practice, and thinking about how it can develop us as practitioners.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. This is to all of you. What was the hardest part you find when applying for jobs and attending interviews, and how did you overcome that? The hardest part you find applying for jobs and attending interviews? Anyone? Rachel?
I think that I found it really hard whenever a job wasn't successful, like I wasn't successful post interview or even post just applying, because it can feel a little bit like, oh no, what did I do wrong, or what have I not got that the other person had? But I think you just have to view it as really good experience, really take on board the feedback that they've given you, and just use it to do the next application. Think, okay, I was missing that, or they suggested I do more of that. So really taking that on and using it because it's really good.
Yeah, and it feels really hard, isn't it, when you're not back from a job interview? You think, yeah, you do question yourself and what you could have done better, or. But I think you're absolutely right, Rachel. It's about, getting that feedback from the panel as well, and as you say, learning from it and changing things. Maybe that different way of approaching things as well is really, really important. So, yeah, absolutely. Next question is your role flexible? This is to all of you. Is your role flexible? These people who've been sending in the questions say they need a quiet working environment to concentrate, for example, reports, telephone calls, etc., and would struggle with an open plan office. I think one of you did mention about having this, being able to go into a quieter room and to do notes or take away from the noise. But do you find that flexibility okay? And is it allowed okay within your area of work, Stevie?
So I find that my trusts are really flexible. Again, kind of linking it to the ADHD I mentioned earlier about sometimes do my notes off the ward if everything's a bit overwhelming. In my current community role, I have split dysphagia and split communication days, which kind of helps the way my brain works. And then on a Friday, they allow me to work from home and do all of my dysphagia reports, because after every swallow patient you see, you have to write a full report. So I sometimes find it hard to kind of see a patient, do a report, see a patient, do a report, but also allowing me to do it at home. I have quiet, I have my own space. I live on a quiet little street, so sometimes I go and have a little walk around the block, whereas our community base is at the inpatient rehab hospital, and we have a huge therapy office with physiotherapists and occupational therapists, and it's never quiet. And even with my headphones in, I can still hear everything that's going on. So for me, that flexibility's really enabled me to thrive in this rotation. And again, if you don't ask, you don't get. So always speak to somebody above you and see what adjustments they can make to support you.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Izzy, any other points on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that Zivi just said, but also that is something that it's one of the things that you should look at and ask during the interview as well. Like knowing that you have that requirement and wanting that space. It is a really great opportunity if the interview isn't online to really go around and see the environment and see if the space suits you as well.
Really good idea. Yeah, thanks, Izzy. Roshi, this is for you. Did you discuss childcare responsibilities and flexibility at the interview, as some people feel this can create a negative bias?
So I think for me, it's a little bit different because I was here on placement and then I came to work for a year during my final year at university as a support practitioner, so an assistant for a day a week. So they do know me quite well and they know sort of what my requirements are. But it was tricky because I was married until my last year of university. And then all of a sudden I was a single parent and I didn't have a co-parent anymore. He wasn't going to be involved. So it was a huge change. The person that they'd known and the requirements that I had when I was with them on placement and starting this support practitioner role changed quite dramatically. But again, it goes back to that open, honest communication. So I sat down with my two managers at the time, like my head of service and the head of children's, and we had a really open discussion, and they were just very accepting, and they were like, this is out of your control and we really trust you as a professional. We want you on this team. We're willing to make any sort of adjustments that you need. But I wouldn't say it's a disadvantage to bring it up at an interview. And it also shouldn't be legally a disadvantage because you're sort of in those protected groups. You shouldn't be judged on having children or your marital status or your gender. So I think actually feel that power that you have skills that they are going to want on the team that transcend any of that sort of what you might see as, oh gosh, I feel it sometimes. I'm like, oh gosh, I'm so complicated. I'm about to ask to go to the Easter Bonnet Parade and I've already had to go to an award ceremony and this. And but I think you have to back yourself a little bit as well, that you've got things that you're going to bring to this profession and this team. And that part of your life is actually a strength. Like, I'm a single mom and I prioritize, I make it happen, I work really, really hard. I've got a lot of empathy for parents because I am one. And I understand how difficult it can be to be doing what I'm asking you to do whilst you've got 3 other children around and one with additional needs. And so I would say, see it as a strength, and don't think that you're too much. You can make it work around that. So yeah.
What a wonderful answer to that question. Thanks, Roisin. Absolutely. I'm just aware of time, so we've probably got time for probably 2 more questions. The first one is, do jobs look for certain grades on the SLT degree, or do you just need to pass the degree? Any thoughts on that one? Any knowledge of people looking for specific grades within your degree? I don't know. There's 3 hands went up all at the same time, so I'm just going to go Rachel, Stevie, and then Roisin.
I wouldn't say so. I wasn't asked in any of my interviews. I put it on my my track for this job that I applied for, because I'd graduated by the time I applied for this one, so I knew exactly what I was going to get. And I wasn't asked. They didn't make any comment on it. I got a 2-1, so I didn't get the like high flying first class degree that some people get. But I've never felt like I didn't do as well or anything like that. And at the University of Manchester, they give out like a special kind of award for if you get a first in all your placement modules throughout the year. So I felt like I could bring that and say my practical experience and like patient-centered care, that was a strength, as opposed to just my kind of academic side of things.
Brilliant. Yeah. Stevie?
Pretty much what Rachel said. No. I used to go to my course director and say, I want to get an what is it? Because mine wasn't 2-1 and first and all that, because it was the masters, pass, merit, distinction. That's it. I used to go, I want to get a distinction because I was 1% off a 2-1 in my bachelor's degree, and it's wound me up ever since. And he always said to me, he said, doing the degree, whether it's the masters or the undergrad, just means you can learn the theory. He said, you got to show them you can do the job. He said, so it doesn't matter what grade you have. They don't care what grade you have, because as long as you can get the theory, then you can go out into the big wide world and do the job. So he said, so it doesn't matter. So that's what I always thought. But no, I don't think I ever put it on any sort of form. Or if I did, it was after they'd even accepted me for the role.
Yeah. Great. And finally to Roisin.
Oh, it's just to say really the same as Stevie and Rachel. So I absolutely killed myself for my grade at the end of my degree. But what mattered when I got here was the skills that I developed on my placement, and sort of I wish that I hadn't spent so long obsessing over this number and actually thinking about, well, I'm developing all these great skills. I should take more from that than absolutely going hard at getting a top grade. So yeah, just exactly the same really as what Stevie and Rachel have said.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's all the time we've got for questions. I just want to say an amazing thank you to our 4 presenters this morning. It's been wonderful. It's been, for me personally, I think it's been wonderful just to hear that the profession of speech and language therapy is in safe hands with people like yourselves coming up through the profession. And I just hope that you will continue to be involved with the Royal College, and we will help you as your career develops as well. So please get involved with us, keep involved with us. But just an amazing thank you from me and from the team here. But I'm sure for the 500 people who've been listening to you today, I'm sure they've all been able to take away a lot to help them with their future careers. So thank you so much for that. It's been brilliant, and we really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
You're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. So It's time to move on. We're moving on to transitioning from pre-registration EDS competencies to EDS in the workplace. Now, Kathleen Graham, who is our senior project manager and leads on all of this work, is unfortunately not able to join us today. But what she has kindly done is put together a short video that we're going to play now, and we'll play that and know that Kathleen is really happy to take any questions. If you put into the chat, we can pass them on to Kathleen for her to respond to at a later stage. So I'm just going to ask the team now if they would be happy to play the video. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video which is part of the RCSLT Student to NQP Learning Day. My name is Kathleen Graham, I'm a speech and language therapist and senior project manager, and I'm going to be talking about how you transition from pre-reg EDS competencies to EDS in the workplace. Firstly, congratulations. You're the first cohort to have achieved the competencies as part of the requirement. And in 2021, when we set out with this, 2026 seemed a very long way away. So we're really pleased for all of you that have achieved them. We've learned some things along the way. So in summer 2025, we had a survey out to look at change in two aspects of the pre-reg EDS competencies. Over 93% of people agreed to change the competencies from developing and achieved to evidence, and over 81% agreed to change the hours from mandatory to recommended. This was in response to improving kind of the student experience, to help support practice educators around kind of the terminology, and also to recognise the challenges that we have around placement capacity. So we would really encourage all of you NQPs or students that are here today to please kind of take students when you can once you're graduated, and hopefully this will help support us to grow and to achieve all those EDS and communication placements in the future. So what happens next? EDS isn't mandatory for all roles. So you might go into a role which is a minimal aspect of EDS within it. I say minimal because when you're completing, for example, in an assessment with a child and you're looking at kind of their developmental history, you might see some things there that are red flags around swallowing difficulty. So understanding kind of is there first line advice that you can give them? What's the referral criteria within the organisation that you work? There are some students who won't have completed the EDS competencies graduating in 2026. For example, there are some 6-year courses that started before the competencies were in place, and that's absolutely fine. We do have a really useful document that sets out the expectations for NQPs, employers and clinical supervisors now that you're entering the workplace, and I would really encourage you to have a look at that document and to share it with your employer and your supervisor when you start working. Once you start working, you will be completing your NQP goals and competency frameworks, and the EDS very much fits within this. So there are areas around, say, for example, communicating with other professionals that fit within EDS just as much as they fit within communication. So the NQP goals, many of them are not specific to communication, they're across your role as a whole. So once you've completed your pre-reg EDS competency frameworks, you've graduated and you move into the workplace, you're going to start using the SLT EDS competency framework. This was developed in 2025 and you will be looking at foundation level. Now, whether you've completed the pre-reg EDS competencies or not, you will start at foundation level. And what we expect is that the students who have completed pre-reg will progress significantly faster because they've had those experiences. They're at a higher level of competency. but you will need to decide kind of which of the competencies is most appropriate for you. Is it adult, is it pediatric, or is it a combination of both? So for example, you might be working with young adults with a learning disability where actually understanding the development of their swallow as children is as important as understanding how it's presented now. So you might want to have both sets of competencies, but discuss with your supervisor what's most appropriate to your role. Foundation level is the only level in which there is sign-off required, and that is because we want everyone to have this firm foundation before they progressed into the profession, and also to make sure that, you know, if you had a predominantly adult experience at a pre-reg level, but then you're working with pediatrics, that you get the same kind of foundation to be able to start working there. And that's really important because you'll bring your portfolio with your completed competencies at pre-reg level and your record of hours to your supervisor when you start working, and that will help them guide you as to kind of what areas we need to focus on, what areas are your strengths, what are your lesser strengths, and what's the best way to support you to achieve them. The competency framework is very much matched up to the professional development framework. And the professional development framework, you might choose some areas within that, within your NQP competencies. But after you've completed your NQP competencies, it's really the framework to support you progressing in your career. It's very generic framework, so it sits across all areas, but you will have some specific competency frameworks that you will attach within that, and the EDS competency framework is one of those. So each level, foundation, proficient, enhanced, advanced, and expert, is broken down into professional practice, facilitation of learning, leadership and management, evidence, research and innovation. So your professional practice is really those core skills and understanding around EDS. Facilitation of learning is that kind of information exchange and passage of knowledge between you and other people. So for example, carers, doing EDS awareness days, supporting your more senior colleagues on EDS training courses. Leadership and management, so how are you ensuring there are rigorous kind of processes in place? Have you read the local EDS policy and understand it? Are you kind of influencing, so Swallowing Awareness Day, are you helping towards that to raise awareness of what your team does? And then evidence, research and innovation is looking at, you know, evidence-based practice. Is the research going on within your organisation? Can you contribute to it in a small way? Could you complete, for example, EDS record keeping audits, or are there any advances that you think would be really beneficial to bring up within your workplace? So how do you provide evidence? What do you do at foundation level? So this one is an example from the adult foundation level, and it's talking about kind of that normal anatomy physiology. So you might discuss it with a supervisor to show your knowledge. You might identify it on a model. You might do a case presentation of someone that you're working with. And it's important to recognise that kind of one activity, so you could be seeing a new referral that you've completed, an initial assessment, recommendations and feedback could actually have several areas signed off within them. And it's really important that you have levels of supervision that suit your learning over time. So initially it might be very kind of direct supervision where your supervisor's with you, and then move into more kind of long arm supervision where you're reporting cases back, having them kind of making sure that those cases are okay. We'll say that the SLT EDS competency framework, it's currently a Word or a PDF document, so it either needs to be signed through PDF or printed with a hand signature on it. We are going to move it into the CPD diary, which is having a big revamp at the minute, so keep your eyes peeled for that in the future. This is an example of the children's competencies where you're facilitating learning in a practical way. So you could have a discussion with your supervisor around how you've handed over information and trained carers on supporting a child, or you could be part of an EDS awareness session, say in a school. So you could have some of the school staff giving feedback to you, which could be part of kind of your evidence that you've done that, to show your supervisor so that they can add their signature to you. Once you've got all of your foundation competencies signed off, you'll move to proficient level, where you can work autonomously. So you don't need to have a supervisor check in that you've managed your cases all okay. It is important that you continue to have supervision throughout your career and that you work within your scope of practice and your level of proficiency. And you need to think about how you're going to develop across your career and how you're going to maintain your competencies. Everyone will have achieved the foundation competencies who's working within the EDS as a baseline, but then you might find that your profile's a little bit spiky. So there's some areas where you're working at an enhanced level and others where you're working at a proficient level. What we really want to do is where there are competencies that are relevant to your area, that you try and even them out a bit, or you look to the next level to see how you could develop within that. Not everyone has to work towards being at expert level. Experts are kind of those international dysphagia experts who are really influencing the direction of where we go within EDS. But look at where you want to be and set targets to achieve development and progression against that. And also as a recap, if you've had a career break and you want to come back and make sure you can work at that level, really using the level that you left at to make sure that you're working at that level, and is there any support and supervision you need. If you've got any questions either now or once you enter your role, please do contact me. My email's on the screen, or you can contact our inquiries team as well. Thank you so much for listening and good luck in your future careers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. And
this video, which is part of the RCS.
Oh. Thank you so much, Kathleen. And as Kathleen said, please contact her or put your questions into the chat, which I think has now been put up on the chat link for you. We thought it'd be really important at this stage of our session today to look at some of the strategic issues that are happening within the organisation for you to be aware of. And so I've asked Derek Munn, who's our Director of Policy and Public Affairs here at the Royal College, to come and present the next sort of 15-20 minutes on the big strategic issues that are affecting the profession and the Royal College. So Derek, good morning.
Hello, Stephen. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm remembering student days and student conferences I've been in the past where I've been going, listen to all this work that the Royal College does, and people have been going, yes, but we want to talk about NQP competencies and the job market, and I understand all of that. But as you move on into becoming NQP members of the Royal College, and at some point paying a membership fee, you'll want to be aware of the work that we are doing on behalf of the profession. And many of you I know, whilst you've been students, have also played a part in that. So there are three things I'm going to cover very briefly today. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the RCSLT Strategic Vision and Plan. Secondly, I'm going to talk about the work that we do in the area of equity, diversity and belonging. And thirdly, I'm going to talk about some of the influencing and advocacy, political and government work that we're engaged in right now. So these 8 bullet points are from a slide from the current strategic vision, which is coming to an end. We developed the vision that we currently work to in the aftermath of COVID, following lockdown after the pandemic. It occurs to me that those of you who have gone from school to university will still have been at school at the time that we developed the current plan. But what I would point to are the top 2 areas that we said we felt it was important as a profession and as the professional body to say that we put equality, diversity and inclusion, as we phrased it at that point, right at the top of what we seek to do. And follow that up by a commitment to co-production with service users, not just a bit of consultation here and there, but genuinely being committed to working in partnership with people with lived experience of speech language communication and swallowing challenges and barriers. So moving on to the next one, because what matters now is going forward. We are currently, moving on to the next one, yes. We are currently in a consultation to which, alongside doing your finals and job hunting, you will be very welcome to take part, about what the new strategic plan needs to look like from now until 2030. Some areas are inevitably going to consider. Now, I've just been doing an interview with a newspaper journalist around the SEND reform, the school's white paper, and she wanted to talk about workforce. She wanted to talk about, are there enough speech and language therapists? Are there enough speech and language therapy jobs? Can the NHS deliver on what the Department for Education has put in the school's white paper? And those issues around workforce pressures and challenges, right now, for you, can you get your first Band 5 graduate job if you're going into the NHS? What will be the pathway if you choose to go not into the NHS for your first role? But this carries on. The planning needs to be right through your career, because before long, you're going to be thinking about Band 6. You're going to be thinking about progressing in your clinical specialism. You might be thinking about a route to more of a leadership role. So it will always be essential that the Royal College has a focus on workforce pressures and challenges. Secondly, we are not going to step away from equity, diversity, or co-production. These are going to remain central to what we do. And thirdly, getting the member offer right. At the end of the day, a membership body is only as good as the service it gives to its members and the opinion that members have of it and the engagement that members have making up the organisation. So those things which were in the last strategic plan will undoubtedly be in the new one. But we know that there are new areas too. I've rather euphemistically written political and societal developments, but we all know that there are changes afoot in the political system, new parties, new potential challenges and issues, and we as a Royal College and as a profession have to think about how we're going to navigate and address those. And then the other thing which comes up every time we talk about the world today and the world to 2030 is around artificial intelligence. Now, AI matters for the whole of society, it matters for every profession, but clearly for us, when we're talking about generative AI and large language models, that critically relates to what speech and language therapy does as a profession. So making sure that we are ahead of the curve and not following behind on AI seems to us to be another area that we need to get right in our new plans to 2030. Moving on, let me touch on our strategy for, you all know that terminology constantly changes in these areas. Our current strategy talks about equity, diversity, and belonging. Diverse voices, united purpose. There's the front page. Going on to the next slide, let me tell you what's in it. A vision of a profession where every voice is heard, every identity is respected, and every community is empowered. And a purpose to unite the profession around equity, diversity, and belonging, and embed inclusive practice across the speech and language therapy community. So moving on to the next slide, this work has been developed alongside the networks in the profession that represent minoritized communities and represent others for whom EDB matters. So the Pride Network have been involved, the Disabled Members Network have been involved, the Neurodiversity Group have been involved. We engage with SLTs of colour. And the strategic priorities that have come through, championing diversity and fostering belonging, a focus on all diversity groups, putting intersectionality at the heart of this, affirming diverse perspectives, not being passive, being an active advocate for change, and then obviously ourselves as an organisation and an employer leading by example. So we wanted you as the student body to be aware of the centrality of EDB to what we do and the areas that and there's lots more detail and you can come to us and find more on the website if you want. Moving on. Let me talk about influencing and advocacy and what's hot right now, which I'm aware is a reference to a song from about 20 years ago when you were all very young. But it's important that, alongside work you've heard about today, professional support, particularly around the NQP competency framework, which you've heard about, the work we've done around eating, drinking and swallowing competencies and putting dysphagia at the heart of what we do. But alongside that, we also have teams in each of the 4 nations of the UK whose role is to influence and advocate on behalf of the profession and on behalf of people with lived experience, because this work is also co-produced. So there are many, many areas, but let me give you 3 which are top of the list right now. First, in Scotland and Wales, we are moving into the election period for the national elections to Scottish Parliament and Senedd Cymraeg, which will take place in the first week of May. So our work in Scotland and Wales is very focused right now on the political parties, the candidates who are going to be standing for election, and what we're calling for. In Scotland, we've recently put out our manifesto asks. We are focused, number 1, on the provision of speech and language therapy in Scottish schools. What's called in Scotland, the Scottish system, additional support needs or additional support for learning. Now, we've used the tagline of a speech and language therapist in every school in Scotland. That doesn't mean 1 per school. It means the availability of appropriate speech and language therapy, but it means having the right number of speech and language therapists in Scotland to deliver that. We're also asking for a further SLT course in Scotland, in the north, probably in Aberdeen, and appropriate support for adult services in Scotland. We also need to build on, Scottish governments have been very focused on rights, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the UN Convention on Disability. And we want to see that consolidated with communication rights recognised appropriately in Scots law. In Wales, we're working alongside other allied health professions, physios, OTs, dietitians, radiographers, particularly around workforce, and particularly around making sure that there are challenges right now. Those of you who are on today's conference from Cardiff, Met and Wrexham will be all too aware of this. Challenges right now around the conditions relating to the bursary in Wales and the availability of graduate roles in the Welsh NHS. So we're very focused on that, as well as widening access to the profession in Wales and also addressing some other areas, particularly, for example, around speech and language therapy in the justice and youth justice system in Wales. In England, we're in a different place, the UK government, which is what deals with most devolved policy for England. In particular, we are awaiting the NHS England workforce plan, which we're expecting any time in the next few weeks. This follows the 10-year plan for NHS England, which was published last summer. The direction of travel that's being set out by Wes Streeting and the UK government is one that we can get behind. When there's talk about a shift from hospital to community, we support that, and we think that speech and language therapy has a huge role to play in making that happen. When we talk about going from sickness to prevention, we support that, and we have a huge role to play in making that happen. When the UK government talks about health being a supporter of economic benefit, we have a huge role to play in helping people to stay in work for longer, get back into work, whether that's around progressive neuro, whether that's around post-stroke. So the directions of travel are welcome, but right now we know that there is a 17% vacancy rate for speech and language therapy services in England, 10% across the UK. And making the NHS an attractive place to fulfill your career so that you've got the scaffolding to build up through your working life, and you can do the job that you guys are being trained to do right now with an appropriate workload, proper professional support, and an ability to ethically give speech and language therapy to the people who need it. And all of that is what we're looking for around the NHS England workforce plan and the related areas of what's called safe staffing, what's called job planning, all of these areas that we need to work on with the UK government and the NHS in England in the period ahead. And the last thing I was going to touch on, because it's been in the news this week, is the Schools White Paper and Semaphore. And now, the 4 nations of the UK have different systems. I mentioned ASN in Scotland. In Wales, we talk about ALN, additional learning needs. Different system again in Northern Ireland, which is also being reviewed. But the focus this week has been on the Schools White Paper in England. And from our point of view, we've worked intensively in the background with civil servants and others to try and make these proposals work. And we are really pleased that the Schools White Paper has speech and language therapy repeatedly mentioned front and centre. It recognises the growth in speech language communication as a category of SEND that children present with. It recognises the fact that we've got, as of December 2025, over 63,000 children and young people waiting for speech and language therapy in England. And if done right, the proposals in the white paper can play a part in this. There's talk about having an advanced speech and language therapist in every integrated care board, the areas that commission health services in England. There's talk about those integrated care boards and local authorities commissioning together to make sure that the service in schools is adequate. There's talk about learning from the PINS pilot, which is about neurodiversity in schools, and the LSET pilot, which is about using the whole support workforce to effectively provide speech and language support in schools, with the critical role of speech and language therapists providing that training, giving that backup, sitting behind the targeted provision, which means we can find children early. It means we can intervene early, and then there will always be children who are going to have complex needs, who are going to need specialist provision, who are going to need education, health and care plans. And being able to get children on the right pathway, get the right support at the right time. So there's a lot to welcome in the proposals in the white paper, but it's only going to work if what comes through in the NHS England workforce plan gives us the infrastructure and architecture to have up the posts for you when you graduate, and the band 6 and 7 roles to go on into due course, and being able to work in the NHS, work in the independent sector, go forward and back as you wish. So I've just picked out those 3. There are others I could have mentioned around new legislation in the Mental Health Act and what that's going to mean, primary progressive aphasia and new guidance around that in smaller areas, what that's going to mean. The other area that's critical in the English context is what's being called the Neighbourhood Health Service. And the Neighbourhood Health Service, again, has the potential to be good, but it needs to include all health and care professions, not just have a focus on GP surgeries. And it needs to recognise the good work being done right now by community children's speech and language services and dovetail that in. So joined up government, the SEND reforms, existing provision, and the proposals for neighbourhood health. And also it needs to make sure that adult community services, the long-standing challenges we know, that people have a stroke, they leave, they go to the community, and ongoing rehab support falls off a cliff. So that community adult SLT needs to be there. And dysphagia in the community. You've just been hearing about your competencies in eating, drinking, and swallowing. It's not just about acute care. Community dysphagia and what that can do to make sure that people can stay at home and not be admitted to hospital and readmitted to hospital. So there's just a flavour of some of the areas where we are going to the NHS, we are going to the 4 governments of the UK and saying speech and language therapy can make a difference. If you talk to us and allow us to work with you, we've seen in the Schools White Paper what can happen if we can effectively influence the right people at the right time on your behalf. And that's something that we'll continue to seek to do going forward. Steve, thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with the students today.
Derek, thank you so much. And a lot covered there in such a short period of time. I think one of the reasons why Derek and I wanted to share this work with you is because our organisation is in the process of developing its new strategy. We're working very differently, we're thinking very differently, but also for me, it's about engaging with our members much more effectively and efficiently. You as our members have got a real opportunity now to help us shape our strategic direction. Tell us what you want within the organisation. Tell us what you want this organisation to look like in the future. tell us how we can help you to develop your career and where the stumbling blocks are and how we can help with that. So it's a real two-way process. We will do everything that Derek's been talking about, but we also need you to become more actively involved in the organization. One of my key things is about membership engagement. I just want to make sure that we continue to engage with you as much as we possibly can. And as Derek mentioned, our strategic plan for the next 3 years, which will start next year, we're in the process of developing that. But we only can develop that when we hear from you as our members. So over the next few months, we will be out and about, meeting with members, meeting with students, meeting with NQPs to tell us what they think about the organisation and what they would like this profession to look like and feel like in the next 3 years. So please keep your eyes and ears open for us coming to a place near you to be able to hear from you. And if there are thoughts already, please put them in the chat or drop myself an email at the RCSLT and we can come back to you and find out a bit more. So please just have that open dialogue with us. That's what I really want to happen. It is 12 o'clock and I have to say I'm really impressed today with everybody keeping to time. It's been great. We're about to stop for lunch. But first of all, can I say, if you are joining us this afternoon, please don't leave. Just take your go into mute and take your camera off, but do not leave because you may not get back in again because there are a number of people who are still outside who haven't been able to join us because our program is full. And we will ask you not to leave, but just to turn off your camera for now and come back at 1. There's an optional lunch and networking session that's now taking place until 1 o'clock, and the network rooms will be open at 12:20. So that gives you about 20 minutes to go and grab a sandwich and a cup of tea. And everyone who wishes to participate in the networking, please stay on. And you'll see from the slide on the screen which rooms are available. They will come up and you'll be able to hop between those rooms if you so wish. You can leave and join the rooms at any time. The rooms will be open until 1 o'clock. If you don't want to participate in this part of the day around the networking, please feel free to return back to us at 1 o'clock for the next session. So thank you very much for this morning. It's been a wonderful morning. Please go grab some lunch, and then if you are joining us for the networking, come back at 12:20. Otherwise, we'll see you again at 1 o'clock. Thank you and have a good lunch. Good afternoon, everybody. Really nice to see you all, and welcome back for those people who were with us this morning. First of all, I've just got to say for those people who were with us this morning, what a wonderful morning it was, and to hear from the NQP's personal and professional stories was quite powerful, I thought. And I've just been looking at some of the feedback we've had on this morning's session so far. It's been wonderful. I just want to say I personally believe that the profession of speech and language therapy is definitely safe in the hands of those people who are now coming up through the ranks of the profession. It was a wonderful morning, and it certainly gives us all a really positive feel as we move forward. This afternoon, we have got the managers panel, and I know that from previous experience of chairing this session, it's a really important session because we can ask questions of the managers. It'll help those people on the conference with us today just about how they can sort of navigate their way through their professional careers. So it's a really good opportunity to do that. We have lots of questions, and you will also be able to, after this session, we'll be able to ask further questions of the managers. So I'm really looking forward to the next couple of hours with this. I'd like to first of all introduce our 4 speakers and managers this afternoon. We've got Christina Stanway, who's the Assistant Director of AHP for Mersey Care NHS Foundation Trust. Good afternoon, Christina. We have got Sunan Loya, who's the Highly Specialist Speech and Language Therapist at Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust and a Clinical Leadership and Education Fellow at NHS England's Midlands. Quite a title there, Sunan. And we've got Alex Luer, who's the CEO of the Include project, and Asma Khanum, who is the CEO for Chatterbug. So a really warm welcome to all four of you, and thank you for taking the time to be on this panel this afternoon. It's great to have you with us. So we have a number of questions. I've got a number of questions I'm going to ask the panel first of all, which then we will expand in the second half of the session. So the very first question is, when you receive an application, what makes it stand out? So I'm going to go to Asma first. Asma.
So I guess first and foremost, a good, clear, easy to read structure is absolutely paramount, because we get a lot of applications and you want to make it as easy for the reader to get through, but also for the most important bits to kind of jump out. Now, in the world of AI as well, and I know it's really, really tempting to use AI, I would say use some caution, because we now train our managers to be able to identify AI written scripts and CVs and applications. And actually, they are quite dull reads, because they all sound very, very similar. And the other thing that you risk with AI is losing your personality in that as well, and your voice getting lost. So it's really, really important. I mean, AI definitely has its place, and we use it as an organization, but thinking about how you're using it, using AI to generate a structure for you, great. To sense check what you've written, great. But in terms of the content, I would strongly encourage you to really avoid using AI for that element. Yeah. And the biggest worry about AI, it can almost over engineer you and over prepare you, and you have to perform at the interview. So just to bear that in mind.
Yeah. Brilliant, thank you. Christine, same question to you. When you receive an application, what makes it stand out?
Yeah. Firstly, good afternoon, everybody. And I also, Steve, had a lovely morning. So, heard some very inspirational things. And I suppose my answer feeds in from what we heard this morning. So, for me, it's about enthusiasm, it's about passion. And this morning's speakers talked very much about why they love their job. And that's what's really important to come through on an application, because otherwise, you've just applied because you want a job. And what we really want to see is you want this job. And so for me, it's about really being yourself and bringing to life what you love about being a speech therapist, which we heard this morning as well.
Thank you. And Suman?
Hi, everyone. Just building on what we've heard already. So we tend to get a lot of applications through for our Band 5 roles. So it's really helpful when you're kind of sifting through those applications to see clear links to that person's spec, and really good examples of kind of how you might have put those into practice, whether that's through placements or different examples that you bring, but that really clear link to that person's spec. For me as well, as you're reading through them, I really want to see your personality shine through. Kind of who are you as a person? What interests you? And that kind of really engages you as you're kind of reading through some of these. So I think that's really great if you can kind of pull that through in your application.
Yeah, and I think that's something that comes through quite a bit, Suman, isn't it? That some people feel that they shouldn't be sharing sort of something about themselves, their personality. They should be talking much more about their professional sort of credibility and experience, rather than bringing a bit more about them as well. And I think it's really important, isn't it, to have that balance from both sides. So yeah, absolutely. Alex, same question.
Thank you. So, I would absolutely echo everything that's already been said. For those who aren't familiar with the Include project, we're a slightly unusual speech and language therapy organisation in that we're working mainly at a universal level. So we're working at community level. So not so much of the assessments and the clinical work, and more of the kind of sharing the news of speech and language therapy and why it's important that communities get involved. So for us, I think people can get a bit sort of, oh, I don't quite know what to say. What do I bring into this? So I would say, in addition to everything that's been said already, really look at those transferable skills, really look, and I think that's true probably for any role, not just for us actually, that as a student, you're newly qualified professional, we're not expecting you to have done everything and been and seen and done everything, but there will be stuff from prior to being a student, prior to learning to be a speech and language therapist, that is applied. And I think if I've learned anything in my career, it's that it's not just the clinical skills that I've learned as a speech and language therapist, it's all of those things that make you want to be a speech and language therapist, all of those soft skills that will be equally valuable in your role. So I think just don't get rabbit in the headlights about, oh, I need to be able to demonstrate that I can do X, Y, Z in this assessment and that, you know, all of you is valuable.
It was really interesting for those people this morning. Two of the NQP speakers said that they had worked in as pub landlords before they became speech and language therapists. And actually, the skills they learned of working with the public and working in a pub and having to deal with some of those issues really helped them in their profession and coming into a speech and language therapy role. So yeah, absolutely. The historical sort of skills and expertise as well that needs to come into that. Absolutely. We're going to move on to interviews now. And the question really is, in your experience right now, are the interviews mainly virtual, or are they in person, or a bit of a mixture? And how can you help students prepare for those interviews, whether they are virtual or mixture or in person? I'm going to come to Christina first of all.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So most of the NHS interviews are now face-to-face. We went to a period where they weren't, but they are back face-to-face. But if there is a reason why you can't make a face-to-face interview, as we've already heard this morning, ask. You might get a no, but if you don't ask, you wouldn't know if they would accommodate that. And generally, they will accommodate online interviews if that's required. I think in terms of preparation for the interview, it's about reflecting on all your experiences and thinking a bit about a time when something happened and that made you develop, and how did you develop and why, and thinking a bit about what we've already said before about why do you want this role. We're not just expecting people to fly off hundreds of applications. We want people in their interview to really come with, this is why I want this job. And so for me, preparation is not just about looking at the theoretical things. It's about thinking about why do you fit that job, and what makes you align with some of the trust values. So I think we heard this morning as well about reading the trust vision or values. Where does that fit in with you? And bringing those things to the interview.
Thank you. Suman?
Yeah, so like I say, we're a big kind of NHS speech therapy service, so quite similar to Christina in terms of doing our interviews in person. However, we do some virtually as well, and I'd echo what Christina said as well in terms of asking the question. It's often these days quite easy to accommodate a virtual interview because we're very used to kind of working on Teams and through other platforms. So that's often possible. So do ask the question. We are kind of having some discussions actually around introducing some group interviews. And that actually kind of builds a little bit on what Asma was saying, because we've seen kind of more use of AI within applications. And what we're finding is actually the applications and how people present in person can be quite different. Sometimes, that AI might even do you a disservice. Actually, you might come across more kind of authentically in person. So because of that kind of mismatch, we're wondering whether it's better to interview kind of a bigger number of people, so see more people. And we're wondering whether a kind of a group format might work well for that. It's interesting this morning actually hearing about the different variety of different interviewing techniques as well, and kind of that idea about assessment days and presentations and things. So I think there probably is going to be a bit more variety going forwards, and really that's about trying to get the best out of people, trying to kind of find a way that works for people to kind of be able to present the best version of themselves, really. In terms of preparing for the interview, there's lots of things you can do. I would always recommend having a conversation, ideally with the employer, just reaching out to them, having a quick chat. And also that'll give you a good idea as well about whether that role might be a good fit for you. There might be other people that you can speak to as well. So it might be kind of, if you're still at uni, it might be some of your tutors, or when you're on placement and things, it might be a placement educator. But I think have those conversations. And there's also a huge amount of resources now. We're in a great time in terms of kind of support around this transition period. And as we know, kind of the RCSLT have got a huge raft of resources to support people in that journey. So looking at those resources. In my role in NHS England, we've just been developing a resource called Preparing for Your Future as a Speech and Language Therapist, which links to many of the NHSE resources and the RCSLT resources, but you can access that through the Learning Hub. So you just have to sign up for an account. But again, it kind of walks you through that journey from becoming a student to a newly qualified practitioner. So I think there's lots out there, and just, yeah, make the best of it if you can.
Yeah, very useful. Thank you. Asma?
So I would say I would definitely second what everybody has already said, and I think there's a big emphasis on face-to-face is best, and I completely agree with that. We are a national organisation, and actually we have employees based across the UK, but we always insist on interviewing everybody at HQ, and part of that is to give you an opportunity to get a feel for the organisation. And it's a lot. We've had this feedback consistently that when you walk through the door, you can really feel the energy and the team spirit. So it's more for you than us as an employer. From the way we benefit as an employer is that it helps us to just get a better sense of you and your personality. And I think everybody has mentioned the importance of that. And Steve, I loved your example of the pub landlords, because absolutely when I'm looking at CVs, those are the kind of skills I'm also looking at, because they're the finer and softer skills that are really hard to learn. And they develop with practice and over time and exposure. So I think putting aside what the employer, how it benefits the employer, absolutely, it's in your interest. Go see take many organizations will give you the opportunity to go and visit the team or meet with the team or have a conversation. Unfortunately, sometimes time constraints means that we're not always able to offer that. But if that is offered, I would definitely take us up on it. Talking to colleagues that currently work there is always good, because they can give you insight into what it's really like. The thing about reviews, I don't always rely on reviews, is that they're often left when people are exiting, and they might not be necessarily a fair representation of what that organization is. And the best people to talk to are the people that are working there. So if you can reach out to any networks where individuals are working within that organization, they're the best people to get a true sense of what's going on. And in terms of so that's in terms of preparation. And I think in terms of also being prepared with questions that you want to ask that suit, it's, ultimately it's about that 50-50 relationship. As an employer, we're looking for something, and as an employee, you're looking for something very specific as well, and the two need to align. So being prepared, knowing what it is that you're looking for in your first career or your next step, the more of an understanding you have about what you want, the better guided your questions will be.
Brilliant, thank you. And Alex?
Again, echoing, going last is tricky. Everyone's very themselves up beforehand. I think for us, we offer, because we're a non-profit, we're a small organisation, and we are not necessarily typical, we offer the opportunity for people to come and visit the service. We work with people with learning disabilities, mainly people with autism, people with dementia, and it's really important for us to see how people interact with the people that we work with our members. They're on our interview panel. We co-produce a lot of our work. So you might want to ask about that beforehand if it's something you're not sure about, but being ready to muck in and just work with people with communication needs is a really important part of our interview process. We also really need people to be able to demonstrate that they can think on their feet. That doesn't mean knowing the right answers. So it doesn't mean coming and knowing absolutely everything and every tool and every resource and every bit of research article out there, but being able to say, I'm not sure. Can I think about that for a moment? And being able to show your thinking and the way that you approach problems or challenges is really important. We use talking mats as part of our interview process to look at how people rate their different sort of areas of skills, and that's one of the most useful actually interview processes that we do, is because we can just see how people are thinking through things. So I would say there's never anything wrong in just letting people know how you are processing things and how you are responding and what's landing well and what you're not sure about. So you just be prepared to be yourself, I think, is the main thing I would say.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And lots of likes coming up from what you're saying there, Alex. So that's really good. The next question is, what's your top tip on how to present yourself at an interview? And Alex, you're going first this time.
Now I've shot myself in the foot because I've got to think on my feet now.
Yeah.
No, I think we've covered a lot of it already, and I know we keep coming back to this. It sounds so obvious, but being yourself really is the first and foremost thing. You're not coming to be this perfect. There is no perfect fit in an organization, but for us, sharing the values, as Suman mentioned, I think it was Suman, sorry, showing that you where you resonate with the organization. So I think anything, even if you think, oh, this is a bit of a daft thing to say, just present, oh, I really liked the fact that these are your values, because these really, these are where these resonate for me in my life. Being very open and being honest. Some of the worst interview experiences I've had with people who clearly feel that they need to be a particular person as a speech and language therapist in an interview. And they almost never get the roles, to be absolutely honest, because I don't get to know who that person is. And that's what I want to know. Sounds a bit silly, dress appropriately, bit daft, but that doesn't mean, and that means appropriately for the organisation. If you've been on the include.org website, if you've been to look at the trusts or been to look at Chatterbug, you're going to get a sense of what that organisation is like from its branding, from its information out there. So if somebody turns up to an include interview looking incredibly formally dressed, as an organisation that works with people with learning disabilities, isn't necessarily what we're looking for. We want people to be smart, we want them to be appropriate, but maybe just think about that initial impression. For people with communication needs, they're going to read a lot into how you present as you walk into the room, and that's the same for the interview panel. So just give that a little bit of thought as well. Don't necessarily think parasuit because I'm going to do an interview.
Great, thank you. Asma.
That's some great advice, Alex. That's some great advice. So for me, I have to be really, really honest. I am neurodivergent, and many of our senior leaders are. So it's important to take that into account when I say this next thing. So for me, it needs to be clear, concise, and to the point. And I'll share my top tip on how I do that, because I'm actually not very good at interviews, and I've mastered this over time. And I will do my waffle, and I will always summarize at the end my 3 key points or my key point. And that's a structure that I've developed over time. Sometimes if I'm extremely overwhelmed and stressed, I will ask if I can write some points down. Now, I have interviewed somebody who wrote verbatim the question. Please don't do that, because that takes a lot of time. But absolutely, if you want to just say, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to structure my response, that will be very well received by our interview panel. So I think it's really, really important to be clear, concise, and structured. There you go. I've just summarized my key
Your 3
points.
Great stuff. Christina?
Yeah, mine's really similar to Asma's actually. I feel that interviews, they're not here to catch us out. So it's okay to, when you ask a question, jot down, is it a how question? Is it a why question? And then structure, these are the 3 key things I'd like to say in this answer. Because actually, as somebody on the interview panel, if the person's talking and talking and talking, you lose whether they've answered the question or not. And so, yeah, I find writing the kind of question word down to help me focus on what question they're actually asking, and then what would I like to say. And I think that that was mentioned again this morning as a really kind of key point. And there won't be an interview panel that go, why are they writing it down? Why can't they just remember it? Because in real life, we always write things down to help us, so that we're not trying to catch you out in an interview. So pen, paper, whatever is needed, it is absolutely fine.
Indeed. And I think if there was an interview panel who did think that way, then that's not the sort of organization you'd want to go and work with in the first place. And lastly, Suman.
So I guess interviews are kind of one of those really nerve-wracking experiences for a lot of people, aren't they? And as much as you can sometimes talk yourself through it and things, it's natural to feel those nerves. And actually, it's a good thing because it shows that you care. You care, and that's why kind of you feel nervous about kind of presenting the best version of yourself. So I guess my top tip would be to remember that ultimately it's an interview, but it's a conversation. That's what it is. It's a conversation. And we're really great at those as SLTs. That's one of our skills. So I think just try and kind of take all of that goes around it out of your head and just kind of think of it as a conversation about an opportunity.
Okay, thank you. This question sort of very much moves into what we've just been talking about. But the question is about when you're interviewing as a manager, what core skills and soft skills are you looking for? And I'm coming to Suman first of all.
Okay, so again, I think similarly to when I was talking about the application, I really want to see your personality shine through in that interview. I want to know more about kind of who you are as a person. I'll probably focus a little bit more on kind of soft skills when interviewing. So when we're interviewing, so obviously we're asking questions and things, but in my head, the kinds of things that I'm thinking about is how is this person going to engage with our children and families? Do I think that they'll be able to kind of build relationships with them and the teams that we work with and partner agencies? Is that kind of coming across in the interview? I'm also thinking about our wider team and kind of how the person might fit into that team, what skills they might be able to bring, what the dynamics might look like. So again, I think we've touched on kind of having that kind of perfect answer to the question, but that isn't necessarily what we're looking at. I think, you know, there are things that we want to see in your answers, but in my head, I'm thinking more about kind of what that fit looks like.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
Yeah, again, that organizational fit is really, really key. And that's where, going back to the earlier question, having done your research, being really clear on what the organization is really important. It sounds like stating the blooming obvious for a speech and language therapist, but communication skills, really important. Like Asma, we're also a neurodiverse team, and we have obviously we have our experts by experience on the panel as well. So being able to demonstrate a sort of level of rapport, a level of honesty, openness, transparency. So not being afraid to say if you don't know something. We're recruiting for a newly qualified professional if you're newly qualified. So we're not looking for someone who's ready-made. So it's that self-awareness and that ability to say, oh, I'm not sure about this. Can I come back to you? Or I think I might need to learn more about that. That's all great, actually, really, really reassuring. We'd much rather have a self-aware candidate than one who's looking like they know everything and winging it. While we do obviously look for that evidence of your SLT studies and knowledge in the field, again, looking for transferable skills, looking for other examples, real life examples of where you've used skills that might be useful in the job, even if it's not a speech and language therapy context. And I think I think it's been mentioned already, but passion. Why do you care? Why do you want to do this? What is it that makes you tick? What is it that makes you excited to come to work in the morning? And then that sort of flexibility of thinking and problem solving. So anything which shows that you are not afraid to think on your feet, because if there's anything that I think speech and language therapists probably experience is the need to think on your feet on a fairly regular basis. So I think those are my key tips.
Great, thank you. And Christina?
I echo everything that's already been said. I work in forensic practice, so I wouldn't be expecting a newly qualified to come with all the answers because very few will have had exposure and experience. So for me, it's all about the transferable skills. And it's about that you presenting yourself as if you always want to keep learning. We all want to keep learning at every point in our career, and that really needs to come through in the interview, that you're not coming to know everything, you're coming to say, actually, I'm not sure what I know, but I'm really willing to learn. And for me, it's about that integrity. So, you know, I work in forensics where there's not a huge amount of evidence-based practice. So we're doing lots of out of the box thinking. And what I'm looking for is somebody to challenge that. But why do you do that? And why can't we do it differently? And that comes with real solid integrity around clinical practice. And that's something that I think we often underestimate.
Great. Thank you. The next question is one which I think we've all sort of asked ourselves or struggled with at times, and it's about what questions can or should candidates ask the interviewers? Because we all sort of question ourselves on should we be asking questions? What should we be asking? How should we ask them? So what's your thoughts on it? I'm going to come to Suman first of all.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So I think the best way to think about it for me is seeing it as a two-way process. So you are attending an interview, but you're also assessing whether that organisation or that role is the right fit for you. I know we've talked a little bit about that this morning. We had some really great top tips in some of the presentations around considering that kind of fit and what's right for you. So I think for me, it's not necessarily a kind of a prescriptive list of questions to ask. It's kind of what will help you to decide if that is the right role for you. So, for example, that could be around flexibility, kind of working pattern. It could be around what preceptorship support's available. It might be around the kind of travel requirements. So it can be quite different depending on what your needs. But really, just thinking, what do I need to know if this role is right for me?
Yeah, absolutely. Christina?
Yeah, I agree with Suman, and it for me it's thinking a bit beyond that as well. So actually, does that organisation offer a role for you right now and it fits you right now, or does that organisation offer you a pathway that you can grow into and onward, and which fits with you best? So it's thinking a bit about the right now, the supervision, the preceptorship, but it's also thinking and being really honest about that, and what else can you offer me in the future? And I think sometimes we're afraid to say that because we're just so grateful for the job that we've been given or the job that we've got an interview for. But it's okay to say, and what would be next if I was to be successful? Where else could I grow in this role? And that might not be a promotion, it might be more depth or CPD or different opportunities. But I would say, yeah, don't be frightened to ask, and what else or what next?
Yeah, and also the discussions we had this morning with the NQPs, it was very clear that they had thought about some of the questions they were going to ask at interview about their personal lives, you know, like having children, childcare, sort of extra support they would need. So they felt that they were able to ask those questions at interview, and were very clear with the other people in the call this morning about please do ask those questions because you get a feel then about the organization that you'd want to go and work for. So yeah, it's really important. Alex, what questions should people ask at interviews?
Again, echoing everything that's been said, I think, and that point about your own life circumstances, again, going back to if you're neurodiverse or you have particular adjustments and needs, make sure that you've asked about those, because chances are, or one would hope, that all employers will be very open to that. They have a legal responsibility to be, but there's nothing worse than getting somebody into a job and them going then, oh, I didn't mention before, but I need X, Y, Z. So much better to be open, transparent at that interview, and it should never ever count against you. It certainly wouldn't. I don't think in any of the organisations here. I think, again, showing some of yourself. So if you've got a particular passion or a particular interest, there's nothing better than having someone going, oh, I noticed that you don't offer this, but I really love this. Do you think this might fit into your service? Or, you know, might there be an opportunity to pursue this? You know, we love to see that independence, that kind of creative thought as well. I suppose the one question I would caution against asking or at least I would say ask earlier, is I have had people turn up for interviews and say, I know it says like you need to be available on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, but I do yoga on a Tuesday. Is it possible to not do the Tuesday evening or whatever? Because we do evenings and weekends. That is the question that you should have asked prior to being offered the interview, because actually if the employer is looking for you at certain times and you can't make those, then do take the responsibility to check that before getting to the interview process. Otherwise, you've wasted your own time and you've wasted their time. So that's the only caveat I would say on that. While flexibility and reasonable adjustments are absolutely key, if you can have those conversations before the interview, then that might be helpful as well.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Alex. And finally on this one, Asma.
So slightly linked to the previous question, actually. Professionalism is a really important one, and it's one of the key soft skills we look for, and I know that lots of members of the panel have mentioned that today. But the questions that you ask are very revealing about you, and if you're asking questions like Alex's example at that stage, it probably shows a lack of planning on your part. So anything that reveals your soft skills and your greater ambition are really, really positively received, because when we employ someone, we are looking for people that we can grow and develop. There is a big coaching aspect at Chatterbug, and for us, it's about, we're not expecting somebody to have all of the clinical knowledge. We're looking for people that we can grow and develop, and the questions that you ask reveal a lot about you. And not asking questions is also okay, because sometimes what happens is you have a list of questions that you've planned, but they do get answered in conversation. But it's really important to share that, and don't use that as a caveat, because, well, it'll be obvious to the interview panel. But yeah, definitely prepare questions. Think about how those questions represent you. And be curious, be adventurous with your questions, because your questions are an opportunity for you to get to know more about the organization. And we're always looking for people that want to grow with the organization. And for us, it's those softer skills. What does your question say about your wider aspirations and your softer skills?
Yeah, indeed. Okay, thank you. So here at the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists, we have a number of hubs, which are networks for our members to get together on a regional basis. And we have a number of clinical excellence networks, CENs, which are open to our students as well. Student members can join that, and they can access that through the member area of our website. And they're all really important because they're either supporting our members through various issues that they may be having. They're also developing their clinical excellence networks, their clinical experience, their professional experience, their development experience. So they're all available to our members. I just wonder from a point of view, from your point of view, if you have had any experience of that, or if you've known students who've gone through that experience and what that's been like for them. Because I think it's important for those people on the call today to maybe hear a little bit more about the impact that that's had on those individuals. So I'm going to come to Alex first.
So I'm not a member of many CENs, but I'm a member of the Mental Capacity Act Speech and Language Therapy Clinical Excellence Network, which trips off the tongue beautifully. And we have a number of students who have taken part in that and have commented on how helpful it's been, because if you're working in adult services, then the Mental Capacity Act is something you need to know about and you will come across in terms of your clinical practice, but is not perhaps the biggest part of the course because there's so much to cover in terms of clinical skills. So I know a lot of people who work with us now or who I've just met through the CEN who have just said how valuable it's been to have an additional source of knowledge and opportunity to speak to other professionals, an opportunity to hear their case studies and things like that. So I think both that and actually the Adult Learning Disability Network as well, they tend to be smaller areas of expertise. So in our local area, the ASLTIP group, the independent practice group, has quite a paediatric focus because there are more independent therapists working in that field. So it can be more difficult for therapists who particularly are looking for acquired or looking for adult learning disabilities to get that experience. And the SENS offer this amazing opportunity to learn a huge amount without having to feel like you're on the spot or to be clinically under pressure. So yeah, I think whatever opportunities you can get, go for them.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Suman?
Yeah, so just thinking about kind of, I suppose, RCSLT hubs and SENS, and essentially they're a kind of a network, aren't they? A network of support and development opportunity. So thinking about other kind of networks that might also be available, there's a network called AHPs Everywhere, and they are on the NHS Futures platform, but also have a presence on LinkedIn as well. And that's a really good place to learn about kind of more diverse roles that people may go into as AHP. So kind of that broader sort of knowledge. And so that could be a really good place to kind of get more information. And we are actually just looking at the possibility of a kind of a subgroup from that main group to be SLTs everywhere. And we've kind of spoken to RCSLT about the possibility of setting that up, because as I understand it, the RCSLT get a lot of inquiries about kind of diverse roles and kind of keeping up sort of CPD and HCPC requirements and things. So those kinds of networks can be really great for that. The other things, just thinking about kind of, I suppose, growing your experience and maybe kind of leadership experience, is thinking about sort of broader opportunities that might be available. So part of my role, I'm with NHS England, and we in the Midlands have a multi-professional learner council. And that is a really great opportunity to join the council, to hear more about kind of what's happening across different AHP professions, and also actually nursing and midwifery, because they're in that group as well, and have that kind of collective voice. I think things like that alongside kind of SEN experts can be really great at an interview as well, just to kind of be able to stand out a little bit from the crowd. So yeah, I think kind of broadly about what opportunities there might be to develop your skills and kind of gain some of those wider skills too.
Brilliant. Thank you. And Christina?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I suppose I just wanted to pick up on the hubs a little bit. So I'm a member of the Northwest Hub, and actually we're quite active, lots of face-to-face events, lots of little subgroups appearing from that. And something that kind of stuck with me this morning was when Stevie said being at home is really important, so kind of down the road. And actually it did make me reflect that there's probably a lot of speech and language therapists moving for a particular role and maybe don't have that network and community. And actually the hubs are that, because they are local geographically. They have got a whole diverse range of speech and language therapists in it. We have student representatives, newly qualified, right through to kind of consultants. But ultimately we're all working together really closely geographically, and that's really nice to have somebody that you can meet up with for a coffee or for a more formal CPD event. So I would say if you're not a member of your local hub, that's a real great way to connect with people that are working, you know, down the road from where you're working that you may not know actually. So a little plug there for the hubs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if anybody on this wants to know more, then just put it in the chat and we'll get the team to respond to that as well. But yeah, thank you all for that. And moving on to my next question is, what do you expect from an NQP day to day whilst they're in post? So what do you expect from an NQP day to day when they're in post? I'm coming to asthma first of all.
So again, I'll try and group it into 4 key areas. So the first and foremost one, because you are NQPs, we anticipate that there's no expectation that you will know. You're not the done deal. You won't know everything. But what we absolutely must see is safe, reflective practice, working within your own. Now, this is a fine line actually, because we also talk about safe risk, because we have a fantastic support and supervision structure at Chatterbug, and it's really, really important for you to be able to take safe risks. We don't work with clients who have dysphagia, so that rules out that population where the biggest level of risk may be. But it may be that it's a particular approach that you haven't observed before or haven't tried. It's about taking that safe risk, working through with your supervisor. If it's a new area, how you approach that session. So it's all about safe reflect, and then being able to reflect on that. So that safe reflective practice is key. It's a fundamental skill that we would expect to see. Being able to take constructive criticism is really, really crucial, because that is what's going to help you grow. I'm all about, it's great. We all love to hear good things about ourselves. Of course we do. But I want to hear about the things that I can improve. And the reason for that is because that is what's going to make me a better clinician. So those are the things that I actively seek out. And if that information isn't shared with you, ask. Don't be afraid to ask. What could I do better? That shows real drive to change and improve. And don't be defensive. We're all learning. Even 25 years on, I'm still learning things for the first time. So you're never going to be the done deal. Professionalism, I've mentioned. I'm professionally confident, right? Because even to this day, we are faced with things that we haven't dealt with before. And how we practice as speech and language therapist is fast evolving. And it's okay to say, I don't know. That it's going to be okay to say that throughout the rest of your career, but it's about how you professionally handle that. I always say to our NQPs, never go into a setting and say, I'm just an NQP. You're not just an NQP. You're a speech and language therapist that has earned your degree, and you know stuff about speech, language, and communication that they will not know. You are not just anything. You are an NQP, yes, but you are a speech and language therapist. You've done the hard work. You've earned that credit. Confident, own it. And resilience and self-awareness, really, really important, because the first 6 months, if anybody says otherwise, I promise you they're lying. The first 6 months of your career are the hardest part, and there will be points you will be doubting ever coming into this profession. Now, I've been doing this for 25 odd years. The ladies on the panel would have been here for a while as well. It's a beautiful profession, and it's a profession that keeps giving. But you have to have that resilience, and the more self-aware you are, the more quicker you will progress and grow. That's my top tips.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Alex, same question to you.
Goodness, I'm not sure I can add much to that, Asma. Explosion of hearts coming up there, well deserved. I think all of the above, absolutely. I guess commitment, enthusiasm, a willingness to try. Just as Asma said, you're not just an anything. But it's okay that you might not know, but it's all right to give it a go. And if it doesn't work, well, that's how we learn and that's how we improve. And again, as Asma said, there isn't a day that goes by, I don't think, where I haven't learned something new or something, that I hadn't considered before. And again, don't undervalue your skills. I've got to say that I don't think we have ever had either a student or an NQP join the team where I haven't learned something from them. And as Asma said, I've been around a little while, but actually you will have more up-to-date skills than a lot of the more experienced professionals. You will be more in touch with the research. You will have looked at it more recently than I have, guaranteed. So don't undervalue that. That's incredibly important. Be proud of that, and do share it with the team, because it will be to their benefit and to your clients' benefit as well.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Suman, anything to add?
I was going to say, we've covered quite a lot, haven't we? And yeah, Alex, I was also going to mention about, students having that kind of up-to-date knowledge. I think a lot of us that have been working for a long time, that feels like quite a long way away. So I think as newly qualified practitioners, feel confident in that, the fact that kind of your learning is so recent and you're really bringing that as a strength to the role. In terms of what to expect kind of on a day-to-day basis, commitment, reliability, compassion, honesty, some of the things that we've heard already about kind of having that awareness of yourself, of your strengths, of areas for support, and that can be really helpful in terms of just supporting you through those first few months and things. And I think just not being afraid to seek support. That is actually the most kind of reassuring thing about having someone new in the team, knowing that they are they will know when to seek that support when they need to. So hopefully that's kind of reassuring. It's definitely not about having the answers when you start. It's about kind of understanding yourself and what your needs are.
Yeah. And as you say, being reassured that there are people around who are there for you and support you as you need it. Christina, anything to add?
No, just to emphasize that if you're not okay, that's okay. It's okay to have a day when you're just really overwhelmed as a newly qualified and you go, oh, today's been a lot. Even now I have a day when sometimes I go, gosh, today's been a lot. We all get those days, and it's fine to say that out loud. You don't need to present yourself as this perfect person. It's okay. And so yeah, if there's a takeaway message, that's the thing. It's okay to not be okay and to say that out loud.
Absolutely. We all have days like that, Christina. We all have days like that. Great. Okay, moving on. What support should NQPs expect from their supervisor, and where to turn to if their supervisor is not fulfilling that role? And we heard that this morning from one of our speakers who felt that they weren't getting what they were wanting out of their relationship with their supervisor, and how they were able to change their supervisor. But that sometimes is not as easy as just as easy as saying it. So what support should NQPs expect from the supervisor, and what happens if it's not fulfilling its role? So Christina, I'm coming to you first.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really important at that very first session to sit down and say what is expected of supervision. I think sometimes newly qualified expect a supervisor to know what they need, but we might not do. So actually, if you would rather have informal corridor conversations, if you'd rather have a formalised meeting with an agenda, you've got to let the person know this is what I need from you. And then that can be adjusted depending on your learning style. So actually are longer 2-hour sessions every 6 weeks better, or quick 15-minute kind of catch-ups. And then making sure that they're documented, because you need evidence that you've had that support and supervision. And particularly if you want to go back and challenge it and say, actually, I'm not sure that this is working. Do you remember when? You've got all of the clear documentation. And it is a really important relationship for growth and learning. So if it's not working, not all relationships work. It's okay to say it's not you, it's not me, it's just not connecting. And really, there should be processes in place with every organisation for you to escalate that and have that honest conversation. And if you feel confident enough, have it directly with that person and say, I'm not sure this is working. Could we explore a way to make it work, or actually should we draw a line under it and look for an alternative? And that's quite a brave thing to do. But actually, I think that we should be empowering people to have that honest and open conversation as part of that relationship building.
Yeah, absolutely. Asma.
I always forget I have 2 microphones that I need to turn on. So I think as an NQP, actually this rule applies to anybody. A supportive team that openly share and celebrate your success is really, really important. So that's looking beyond the supervisor. I'm thinking about the wider team. Obviously, in terms of supervision, it needs to be regular, but it needs to be in a way that it works for you. And our supervisors work really hard to adapt to the needs of the staff that they are supervising. But it's just like Christina said, sometimes where a relationship doesn't work, it's an attempt at, I think, in terms of trying to establish why it's not working. Is it that the supervision isn't giving you what it is that your expectations, or that meet your expectations, or actually is the supervision providing that, but it's not being delivered in the way that it works for you? So it's about establishing what you need from supervision and how that's being delivered, and whether that's serving you. We work really, really hard to create psychological safety, because I talked about safe risks, and we want our staff to feel confident that to go and try things, and if things don't work, that they have a safe space to bring that back and understand, discuss, and explore what happened. So we also use a solution focused approach, which isn't an approach that everybody is familiar with, but it's the approach that we have found helps to grow a really confident clinician at the end. And that solution focused approach, it very much puts you in the driving seat and encourages you to reflect and ask questions, because the idea behind that is your supervisor might not be able to answer all of your questions, but they'll be able to guide you to where you need to get to be able to answer some of those questions yourselves. So I guess that approach doesn't work for everybody. It works for the majority in our organization. And it's about working out why that relationship isn't working. Is it a personality difference? Is it a personality clash? Is it that that type of approach doesn't work for you? Do you need supervision accessible as and when? Is it more peer supervision that you need? What is it? It's for us, it's more, it's not just one individual, it's the entire team. Beyond that, it's the entire ecosystem. So one of the amazing things that happens at Chatterbug, and I have it in my diary every day, I call it the team walk. Between 3:45 and 4 p.m. I go out for a little walk in the office and I listen to the clinical discussions happening, and I put my 2 pence in. So it's that whole ecosystem for me.
Great. Thank you, Asma. Suman, anything else to add about the NQPs from expectations of the supervisor?
Hi, Steve. Did you just come to me?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm just having a few network issues. It seems to be freezing a little bit, so apologies if you
That's all right.
And apologies if I repeat anything that's already been said as well, because I missed a little bit. So yeah, in terms of what to expect, so in our organisation, we're quite a big service, so supervision might be facilitated by a number of people. But I think that can be a real strength, because you've got kind of different dynamics and things. So you might find that kind of there's a better connection with one of those supervisors than another. I just echo what people had said about kind of if there is an issue and you feel able to raise it, please do. It might be that there's something around the learning for the person that's supporting you as well. So if you do feel confident to kind of raise that and things, that can also be really helpful feedback to support the person that might be supporting you. If you can, I think talk to as many people as you can in your first kind of few months and things, make those connections. And it's really great if you find somebody that you feel comfortable speaking to. So it doesn't necessarily matter about hierarchy or what their role is. But I think if you can find someone who's kind of a bit of an ally for you, that can be a real sense of support, and hopefully kind of you can talk that through with them. Equally, that might be someone outside of work as well that you feel kind of able to speak to if there are any issues. Within our organisation, we have an AHP practice learning and education facilitation team, a bit of a mouthful, but they are also there to support kind of people as well. So if you kind of felt like you needed to speak to someone outside of the service, that's a possibility. We've also got our learning and development team, and there's a freedom to speak up guardian. So it's just to kind of say that there are kind of networks out there and things and ways of raising that.
Yeah, thanks, Suman. And then Alex, any final points on this one?
Not much to add, I don't think. I mean, we're a much smaller organisation, but we have the same processes with sort of escalating challenges. I think what I would say is that what your supervision looks like will vary depending on who you are as a newly qualified professional or as a professional, full stop. That although coaching approaches is something we feel is very valuable, that people are not fed answers, that they are facilitated to work their own way through things. That will be a principle. But different people are going to need different levels of support at different times and different levels of signposting. So again, just never be afraid to ask for what you need, I think.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Alex. And also just to say that if anybody is having difficulties or needs a bit more support or advice, I know that the team have put the link in there, but it's important that we have got our inquiries team at RCSLT who help members with all of these things. So please contact them if you need any extra support. And also just to say, the membership for students is free at the Royal College. So, encourage members to join because they can then get that support that they would require. I'm just aware of time. We've only got 4 minutes left, but I want to go to one question, which is question 10. And I'd really just like a quick response from each of you, if that's okay, because I want to keep to time on this. The question is, when and how disabled and neurodiverse students or NQPs should request support or reasonable adjustments, not only at work, but when interviewing? It's quite a long question. Do you want me to read that out again, just to make sure? So when and how disabled and neurodiverse students or NQPs should request support or reasonable adjustments, not only at work, but when interviewing? So a quick response from each of you, if that's okay. I'm going to go to Christina first.
Yeah, thank you. As part of accepting the interview, I would ask you to get in touch with the person and say, I require regional adjustments, and be clear about what that looks like. So I want, longer time for my interview. I want the questions in advance. Is any of this possible? And actually that will give you a flavour for what that organisation is like in terms of working for them based on what they say at the interview. I'll pass on and let someone else answer them.
Thanks. That's good. Thanks, Alex.
Yep, same really. It should be there in the interview. You should be given the option to ask for it. And just, I guess, reminding people when you start in your role, making sure that nobody's forgotten and that you've had that within your supervision within that initial setup. So being really clear on that. And your supervisor should also be checking in on that regularly. So yeah, help them out and remind them what it is you need.
Okay, thank you. Asma?
Yes, early as possible. Again, echoing what everybody has already said. Focus on what helps you work effectively. There should be no shame in asking for help. And I know it's something that neurodivergent people, including myself, no matter how experienced we are, we still struggle to ask for help. But actually, it's about leveling the playing field, and there should be no shame in that. Absolutely. So, but focus on what strategies you need. Help us help you, in short, if I can say it in that way. Help us help you, because that's what we want to do. We just want the best employees we can have that grow with our organization, and that's what we're looking for. So help us, help you, tell us what strategies you need and what will help. And if we can make those adjustments, we will make those adjustments.
Brilliant. Thank you, Asma. And finally, last word for you, Suman.
Well, I think it's all been covered, to be honest, Steve. I think, yeah, just to echo what's been said, as early as possible, really, on our application form, and there is a little box to include any needs and any support you might need, and that definitely won't go against you. It's our role to support you and things. So yeah, please just feel comfortable kind of sharing that information as early as possible.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to our four speakers. Thank you for answering those questions. It is just 1 minute to 2 o'clock. We're going to stop for 10 minutes. So join us back at 2:10 for the questions that I would like you to submit via the QR code on the screen right now. Questions for our four speakers on anything that you've heard or anything you'd like a bit more clarification, or indeed any brand new questions. Those questions are already coming in, so just to give our four speakers the heads up that there are lots of questions coming through already, which is great. So grab a cup of tea and come back at 2:10, ready to start the Q&A session. See you soon. Thank you. Okay, 2:10. So welcome back to everybody. This session is very much about the questions that have been posted into us for the panel of four managers. So I will go through those and see how many we get through by 3 o'clock. Great. The very first question I've got is, what is your experience of working as part of a multidisciplinary team, and what have you learned? So I'm just going to ask anyone to, if any of the four, just to put your hand up or wave if you want to answer that one. So what's your experience of working as part of an MDT, and what have you learned? Alex.
I would say it was one of the best working experiences of my life. I slightly miss it in terms of not being part of a traditional MDT as part of an adult learning disability team, which was my previous role. I was regularly alongside physios, OTs, psychologists, positive behavioural sports specialists, nurses, and I just think it's the best learning opportunity. If you're in that opportunity, if you're in that situation and you have that opportunity to work alongside another professional, then I think please do. And as Suman, I think, referenced the kind of broader range of AHP roles that are open to us as professionals, and the more experience you get across as broad a field as possible, I think the better it will be for your career. So yeah, go for it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Alex. Christina?
Yeah, and just to add to Alex, it's a two-way learning experience. So it gives you the opportunity to upskill others in the unique value of being a speech and language therapist, which for me is the part of the job I love, is telling people what I do and why. So I think it's about learning from the other members, but also having the ability to tell them what you do. So yeah.
Yeah. Asma?
It took me a minute to work out how to raise my hand because I don't use Zoom very often. Yeah, absolutely. Agree with what's been said. It's what really makes your career, I think, being able to shadow and work alongside other professionals and not being able to ask questions. I think, Christine, that's what you were saying, is asking, and I was really, really cheeky. I used to ask anybody and everybody if I could observe and shadow them. Even if it's for one session, and it really grew my knowledge very, very quickly. So yeah, it's take advantage of those, and where those opportunities don't exist, if you're not working in a team where there are those opportunities, there will still be opportunities if you seek them out. And I think, and don't wait for people to give you CPD opportunities. If you have ideas as part of your CPD, take those ideas to your managers. Drive your learning. Go with a plan. Show how by observing that session, how it's going to increase your knowledge and change your practice. That's kind of what we're looking to see. But that MDT working is really crucial. And it's, especially with all the SEND reforms, there's even more of a focus on not working in silos. It's about working together collaboratively and embedding practice. And children, unfortunately, don't just have one area of needs. Speech and language quite often is the main one, but often they have multiple needs. So yeah, that is crucial.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question, which is, when do you typically send out job vacancies for NQPs? Where are these jobs advertised? And is there a time of year when more are sent out? Because it's currently looking quite sparse. Asma?
It is looking sparse. I'm really surprised because we're recruiting. So we have recruitment cycles, and we do big recruitment drives. I think it's about 3 times a year, but they do coincide with when SLTs will be qualifying as well. So, and we tend to advertise on Indeed, NHS Jobs, social media, our website. But I have noticed throughout the year, outside of those cycles, that people drop CVs in to our recruitment team. So it's always an option. So as an NQP, if you're about to qualify, now is a really good time to look for roles, because we are already interviewing for our next intake.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christina?
Yeah, generally within the NHS, it falls after the end of the financial year. So after we know what's gone before and we've got our fresh budgets from April. So you would generally see April, May time being a little bit more active in terms of the job market. But other times it's just because there's a vacancy arisen and as someone's left. So you get them trickle throughout the year, but generally it's sort of April, May.
Brilliant. Thanks. Alex?
We're probably slightly atypical as a non-profit. You recruit if you ever get any money, which is a bit of a challenge in the current landscape, if I'm absolutely honest. But Asma's point about people dropping in CVs is really relevant. So what I would say, we've actually recruited people who've come to us to go, I really love your organisation, love what you do. Would you consider me? And we've ended up employing them at a point where we have had funding and we have been able to set up that role. We also, as a non-profit, bit of a plug here, always looking for SLT volunteers. And we've had a lot of people who've come out of study, are looking for work. We know it's not their long-term job, but they've been able to gain experience in accessible information, talking maths, Makaton, the stuff that we do. So, yeah, if you're stuck, look up the Include project. It's include.org. Give us a shout.
Okay, great. Really helpful. And Suman?
I've just had to put up a physical hand because I still can't work out how to put up a on Zoom. We're not allowed to use it at work, so it's new to me, unfortunately. So yeah, but just to answer the question about when we advertise, ours tend to be quite variable. So it might be that people end up leaving a role at different times of the year, and then ideally we want to go out to recruitment as soon as we possibly can. So I think it isn't necessarily a set time. We do try and generally align with the times that we know that students will be finishing their courses or be looking for jobs, but I would definitely say it can be any time of the year. So don't kind of think if you haven't seen anything come up for a long time that there won't be something. Ours is kind of peppered throughout the year. Yeah.
Okay, that's really useful. Thank you. All right, I'm moving on to my next question. They're all coming up on this separate screen that I've got, so just bear with me. It says, how can international students who require sponsorship stand out during the application process? It's an interesting one. Anybody willing to give it a go?
Sorry, it's the hand thing again. So
that's all right. Just wave
yeah,
at me.
I will. It's in reactions, Suman. If you're looking, it's in reactions. So how can international it again is the same. I think funding is, and I think everyone would agree, it will depend on funding. A sponsorship is quite a big commitment. But for us, we are looking for candidates, the best candidates that we can have that will grow with our organization. So for international students specifically, the HCPC registration is a barrier. So the earlier you can get the HCPC registration, the better. And then we are looking for the right experience. So there are certain practices that are not popular in the UK. I'm being very politically correct here. So if there is a strong emphasis on those practices, then your CV will probably be viewed less favorably than somebody who has qualified in the UK, just because they have that edge and that inside knowledge. So yeah, so I would say it is competitive. Roles are competitive. You are going to be competing against there's tough competition basically, but yeah, I think don't let it put you off. It's always worth a try, and just be mindful and familiar with what's popular within UK SLT practice, and get your HCPC in.
Thank you. Christina?
Yeah, and I don't think it's specific to international recruits, but what we've said earlier is about bringing your personality, your uniqueness, the special things that you've got just for being you to the role. So I think if you're coming from a different culture, a different country, a different experience, then bring all that to the interview and that will make you stand out. And sponsorship is really tricky. Certainly in the NHS, you get a certain number of places, and often they will go to nursing because of the nursing vacancy deficits, etc. So it is a tough market for international recruits, but if you really stand out in the interview and we can evidence why you are exactly the person we need, then there is absolutely a case for pushing and progressing that. So it is just about selling yourself and your uniqueness.
Okay, thank you. And Susan?
Yeah, I completely agree with what's been said about kind of being yourself and kind of just thinking about really those unique skills that you bring as an individual. And just for information, really, in terms of sponsorships, some trusts do offer it and some don't. So within the area that I work, and this kind of 4 provider organisations, 2 of them do offer sponsorship and 2 of them don't. So it might just be useful to kind of have a conversation and just find out whether that might be a possibility if you are applying to a trust, for example.
Great. Alex?
Yeah, just to echo that, really, the same is true for the non-profit sector. So anything outside of the NHS as well, just have that conversation beforehand. We do.
Yeah.
I mean, we have actually recruited people overseas for remote roles in the past for short-term contracts. So sometimes there's ways of getting experience, even if the sponsorship route isn't available. So just have those conversations, I think.
Yeah. Okay, my next question, I guess it follows on from what Christina said about personality in the application. It says, how do you show your personality in an application? And could you give an example of how that would work, please? Christina, do you want to take that since you mentioned personality?
I mean, it is quite hard, isn't it, when you're asked very kind of set questions in a job description that you have to map yourself against, but it's bringing in anything that you've got that is unique and different. So, you know, other people mentioned before about being the pub landlady. Well, get that in your application because that is unique. You know, I haven't been one, so that's different for me. If you've worked abroad, if you've volunteered, it demonstrates some of that wider personal skills. And there's no harm in saying, actually, you know, I do a lot of reflection, mainly when I walk my dog, in your application, because that gives us a bit of an insight into you need some space, you're out, you're reflecting. That's the kind of skill we're looking for. So I think as well, it depends on what job you're applying for. Coming back to Alex's point, different organisations are looking for different personalities that align with them. So, you know, if you're going for a corporate job, you probably don't want to kind of tell them all about what you do on a Saturday night, but it might be appropriate for in other jobs to say, well, these are my hobbies and this is how it supports me being a speech and language therapist. So yeah, it's quite variable really, and not an easy skill, but then we're speech and language therapists, we don't like easy anyway, so.
Good, thank you. Alex?
That's certainly true. I think it's everything that Christina just said, but it's a kind of applying it. So not just sharing your personality for personality's sake. So yeah, I do line dancing, well, it's fantastic. But how do you then use that skill, and how do the way, because it's something, I mean, you can say, yeah, I'm outgoing, I'm fun and I'm friendly and all of these things, but it's how that then contributes. It's really evidencing that. And I bring that into my work because it helps me develop rapport, or it helps me be patient, or it helps me whatever. So it's just trying to get a whole view of a person and not just the experience and the skills that they bring.
Okay, thank you. That brings us nicely on to the next question, which talks about person specs. So it says some person specifications are incredibly in depth, and just stating the skills would take up most word count. How do you handle this? Asma.
So I'm really struggling to navigate this platform, which isn't like me. I'm going to blame it on fasting. It's the afternoon lag. Right. So I would say this is where AI can actually be useful. And you can ask AI to summarize the person spec for you. And you can also put into AI how you feel your person spec, how you match the person spec. So it can help you in that way in terms of what's the word? Doing a comparison. That's the word I'm looking for. Comparison. So that's something that I would definitely not try and address everything in the person spec. What you will find that there is a little bit of a theme that definitely is in our person spec, and I would try and draw out those core themes and try and show where your skills match those core themes. What we don't want to see is a really long, lengthy application. We absolutely do not want to see that, but clear, linked to what it is that we're showing. So again, that shows that you have clarity in thinking and that you've really understood what that role is.
Okay, thank you. Christina?
Yeah, building on from what Asma said, it's about grouping them together because often there's 15 points, but really you could group them into 3 themes or 3 points and then use an example to demonstrate multiple things. So it's important not to miss anything out because most NHS trusts have a point system and it will have keywords and you get a point for all these keywords. So you don't want to miss something and then not score to get you through. but it's about giving an example that covers multiple things at once, because that brings that word count down. It's that clarity and that conciseness. And Asma, you're right, AI can help with that as well. So this is all the things that I can do, but how do I get that into one bullet point? I think is really important.
Thank you. Suman.
Yeah, I think that's some really great advice about kind of using AI to kind of summarize or kind of thinking about the themes of what's being asked, so you don't go over. And I just think it's probably worth sharing as well, just in terms of the actual reality sometimes in practice, some job descriptions and person specs, they're not always the most up to date. So it might be that a service are used to putting an advert out. Sometimes they might have a really quick turnaround in terms of when that needs to go out and the kind of the deadlines for applying and kind of processing that application. So unfortunately, they might not always be as up to date as they should be. But I just wanted to raise that because I think as much as kind of it is really, really important to look at that and use that to guide your application. If for some reason, let's say you're not successful and things, don't always think that, that might not be all on you. Sometimes that information should be better. But I just wanted to kind of share that they're not always perfect, the adverts that get put out. But yeah, do your best to kind of summarize the information that's being asked for and really provide those examples of what you've done that shows that in practice.
Thank you. Alex?
I think just linking in with that as well, that's if you're sort of struggling to do that and you think, oh crumbs, I can't, then again, and it's an opportunity to get in touch with the employer. I know it varies depending on the size of the trust and all of this, but if you can have a conversation with somebody, I was struggling, I didn't quite understand this, that's fine. You will stand out actually more as a candidate who has taken the time to investigate further than somebody who's dashed something off that doesn't quite fit. But the fact you're asking that question, I think, is brilliant, because there's nothing worse than getting applications which don't bear any resemblance to what is written in the person spec, for all the fact that, as Susan said, it might not be up to date, but there's nothing worse than picking up an application that just looks like somebody's just fitted, done a photo fit one. It doesn't work. So do take the time to look at them.
Yeah, absolutely. Suman, this is a question for you guys. It says a resource was mentioned for the interview preparation by yourself. Could you share that, please? So I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Preparing for Your Future as an SLT.
Do you want to put it in the chat? Maybe it might be easier if you want to
Yeah,
link it
no
in.
problem. I'll pop a link in there. And just
Brilliant.
to say, in terms of that resource, just really quickly, that it was developed in partnership with newly qualified practitioners, with learners, with the RCSLT, and with some managers and educators as well. So yeah, people really kind of come together around that advice. So hopefully it's a useful resource.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, moving on. A few jobs I've been looking for don't allow you to submit applications unless you have an EHCP qualification number. Is it possible to apply another way?
Yes, so for us, I think it's the HCPC number you're referring to. We would advise you can always email your CV directly to our recruitment team. I think that structure is in place for some applications, depending on what sites you use. Where there is quite a rigid process in terms of tick box of what they need to submit. So if you are facing that challenge and you're in the process of getting your HCPC, we have a system around it, which is you can email the recruitment team directly if you get in touch.
Okay, Christina?
Yeah, it's the same process in the NHS, actually. If you email the recruitment team, they can bypass that, and then it would just mean you would start on an assistant salary until your HCPC registration came through. Sometimes the way the form is worded, it makes it feel like you can't progress without it, but there is a way around it. And I'm not technological, so if you can't figure it out, recruitment would help with that. So please don't let that deter you from applying in advance, because certainly we would welcome applications from upcoming graduates as well as people already registered.
Okay, great. Alex?
Just to say exactly the same in the other sectors, just get in touch and there's a way around it.
Okay, thank you. The next question is that I heard Christina mention that it might be possible to ask for interview questions in advance. Would you deem this a reasonable adjustment at your organisation?
Yeah, I think what we've done before is if somebody has requested the interview questions in advance, we have then gone on to give all the candidates the interview questions in advance, just so it's fair. But that would be fairly reasonable. We've also requested for candidates to come in early and have the questions in a separate room so that they've got an hour or so to prepare with the questions in front of them. So it's not unreasonable to request the questions. It would just be based on the individual organisation's policies around it. But certainly we've done it in a multitude of formats before, because it's really important we get the best out of people at interview. As I said, it's not a test. So if that's a helpful strategy for you, please get in touch with the panel or the recruitment team, and that can be supported. And I think most organisations would support in some way that advanced preparation time.
Okay. And Alex?
Yeah, oops, sorry, all of the same really, but just there's some we've done the same sort of thing, but there's some that we can't do in advance, so you can't send a talking mat out and it kind of defeats the object. So I think there are, yeah, we will always explain why it might not be possible, but it might not be possible for all of them. But I think as long as you're clear and transparent about what the reason is why you're requesting that, then you would expect someone to make those adjustments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is it useful or helpful for students to have a presence on LinkedIn, even if they don't have much work history to add to their profile? Alex, you're nodding. Do you want to go first then?
I think me and Az were both there as well. Yeah, I think definitely. I don't know how much within the NHS it is, whether it's as important in the NHS, but I think it's becoming more and more so. And I have to say, it's the first thing that I will go and look for, if I'm absolutely honest, when I get an application in, because I want to see more about the person before I meet them. And yeah, I'm afraid that's the world we're living in. And it's actually it can really work to your advantage. So anything that you put on there as a student or as an NQP, anything that's relevant, but again, bearing in mind that LinkedIn is a professional platform, and making sure that you're not sharing anything you wouldn't want to be sharing with a potential employer. Definitely.
I see lots of nods from the panel, so I think you're probably all agreeing with that. Yeah. Oh, Suma.
I was just going to say, for our NHS applications in our particular service, we don't tend to look at LinkedIn. So it's probably just a little bit different. So it's probably just being aware of kind of who you're applying to. But yeah, we won't tend to currently.
Christina?
Yeah, I agree. We wouldn't look at LinkedIn, but I have to say, when I'm on an interview panel, it's often quite apparent who is on LinkedIn, because they will name drop people and they say, "Oh, I read this really interesting article," and it often comes across as them being quite clued in actually to the kind of economic and political climate that speech therapists sit in. And so I wouldn't necessarily say we would actively go and see if they're on there, but I think in their answers, it's often more apparent.
I'm so glad you said that, Christina, because yeah, that's exactly what we look for, and that's exactly the feeling that we get. I think Alex will probably agree with this, is that we're looking for SLTs that are world aware, and in terms of how this generation digests information, particularly around research, because actually we need you to still stay on top of current evidence-based practice. We completely respect and appreciate that in the past it might have been reading every single journal article, but now it's short, digestible pieces of information, which is very, very much on social media and on platforms like LinkedIn. So yeah, it's definitely something that works in your favor, just in your knowledge, I think.
Okay, thank you. Just bear with me because all these questions coming. Christina, when we want to show that we align with the trust values, is referring to examples enough, or do you recommend explicitly saying the value name?
I think it depends on the person's spec. So certainly for us in Merseycare, in the person spec, there is a section that says, how do you demonstrate the values? And we would expect that in the application, and we would then ask a question in the interview. So we're quite explicit about it. I'm not sure if all organisations are, but often it's things you would already be talking about. So compassion, kindness, courage. These are the kind of values that most organisations have, caring. So you would generally be talking about them in your answers anyway. I don't think there's any harm in cross-referencing to say, and I note that this is one of your values and it's one of my values as well.
Okay, thank you. Suma?
Yeah, I think this is becoming more and more important during the recruitment process and obviously throughout. So in our organisation, it is now a separate question on the application form in terms of how you demonstrate the trust values. What I would just say here, and just kind of going back to the point that Alsa made earlier on, is just exercise a bit of caution with AI here. So a few months ago, I was shortlisting some applications, and we got to this question about values, and every single one nearly said the same thing. So it was quite clear that kind of there'd been a lot of use of AI around those values. So I think as well, they are a time where you can really kind of make it your own and kind of, you can kind of talk about what those values mean to you. And actually, seeing someone's interpretation of those, for me, kind of shortlisting is really interesting to kind of see. So yeah, I think they are more and more an important part of that application process. But yeah, just do exercise a little bit of caution with AI at that point, I'd say.
Okay, yeah, good advice. Asma?
I was just going to say, and that's really good advice, Simon. I was just going to say that for smaller organizations, it probably is even more important to explicitly state the values, because they'll be something that's close to the heart of the operation, or closer, I would imagine, than in a larger organization. But and I know the interview panel always walk out with a grin when our values and specific external content that we share on our social media platforms in general are mentioned in interviews as well. Just shows that you're interested in the organization, you followed the organization, and you understand what the organization stands for. I would also err against reinterpreting the values unless you're confident that you are showing that whatever the example that you're using matches that value.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Alex?
For us as a charity, values are really crucial, and they're something which are co-produced with our members. So we would expect quite a lot of reference and sort of quite overt reference to those. But in answer really to the question earlier on, how do you show your personality? For us, actually, because they are quite a personal thing for us, then that's a really good way to show how you embody those values in the role. Then, yeah, they're really helpful.
Okay, thank you. How do you approach gaps in CVs, for example, a family break between graduation and first job, or any other gaps? How do you approach that?
Can I jump in?
Of course.
Yeah, so we always spot them. And the more transparent and open you are about them, the better. We're very open as to why people have those gaps, and it's just about confidently explaining those if asked, and actually explaining them without being asked would definitely be positively received as well. We all take time out of work. In fact, more of us should if we can. So it's a positive thing, but it's about explaining and being proactive in explaining why.
Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about that transparency, bringing it to their attention first. But just because you've had time out from a role doesn't mean that you haven't learned skills and there aren't things that you can apply. Some of the best therapists are the best therapists because of their personal experiences, whether that's with family, travel, difficult situations, or whatever it is. So all experience is valuable and valid, so don't feel it needs to be hidden.
Okay, thank you. How soon after qualifying would you be required to specialize, e.g., dysphagia, neuro rehab, or in a specialism not required for every practitioner? Christina?
I think it's just important for everyone to remember you're on your own unique journey. So actually specialize when you're ready to specialize or when you've decided. And it's also okay if you decide and then change your mind. I went from end of life palliative care into forensics because I fancied a change. So I think it's really important that you don't put yourself in a position where you've specialised too soon or you feel you've specialised and can't change. So there's not really an answer to that. It's a bit of a how long is a piece of string because it's a personal decision. And a bit of it as well is about what opportunities present themselves because, you might want to wait for something, the right thing, and not rush into something that perhaps isn't quite aligned with what you want. So yeah, completely up to the individual.
Okay, thank you. I've no idea whose hand went up first, so I'm just going to go, Alex.
Yeah, just echoing that personal journey. And yes, you might not have a choice. So I didn't actually intend to go into adult learning disabilities. I spent my entire student career determined to go into adult acquired because that was my own personal experience. Nobody offered me a job in adult acquired. They did offer me a job in ALD. I absolutely loved it. And I ended up going from being an ALD specialist, SLT, to dementia specialist, to being a safeguarding adults lead, which has nothing to do with speech and language therapy, but it was actually incredibly relevant in terms of my skills, to setting up an organisation. I would caution trying to predict your SLT journey too closely because it puts too many magical things in your way that you don't want to miss because you've got something else in mind.
Thank you. Asma?
Yes, I would agree with that. I was absolutely convinced I was going to go into adult neuro rehab. And I was offered a job in adult neuro rehab, and I selected Sure Start Children's Centres, which is the complete other end of the spectrum. So yeah, I would advise against specialising too early. It's such a beautiful profession. Honestly, I can't say that enough. There are so many fields that you can specialise in. Take your time. Don't be afraid to change because actually you should change because there is so much. There is so much. You can stay in this profession and do a different role every year if you really wanted to. So there's no shame in testing, trying, didn't enjoy, let's try something different. But yeah, take your time and don't rush in too early is my advice.
Okay, thank you. And Suman?
Yeah, I think it's just remembering that it absolutely is your journey in terms of specialising. So from our point of view, there's an expectation in terms of a time frame for specialising, or even if you do decide to specialise. So if I just think about my own career, so I started working in community 18 years ago, and along that journey, I'd kind of worked in different areas, but I'd had like a split post, so I'd continued working in community alongside various other roles at different times. And now I'm still working in community, so in some ways, kind of that is my specialism, I suppose. But so you might not need to specialise, and we also have what we call kind of career band fives in our service. So people actually who are really happy where they are, they love the job, they love what they're doing, and actually they don't have any desire to try anything different or to kind of move up the ranks necessarily. So I think it's your journey, so it's your time frame.
Thank you. And Asma?
I was just going to say the backbone of our organisation are the really good quality generalist, specialist generalists, maybe we can call them. But yeah, that's a really valuable point.
Okay, thank you. I'm just aware of time, so I want to get through as many of these as I can. As a manager, what makes NQPs who thrive within their first year in your organisation differ from an NQP who may experience difficulty in their role? There's an interesting one. Do you want me to read it again? Are you okay? You're okay. Oh, the hands are up, so you must have understood it okay. Asma?
I absolutely love this question. Such an important question. So I think the ones that really, really thrive right? This is taking into account neurodivergence as well, right? Neurodivergence or not, because we're getting a lot of people come into the career who haven't had the opportunity to develop skills that will allow them to thrive. And that's any kind of disability aside, right? So I have a 16-year-old daughter. It's those skills that I'm working on with her now, right? And that's around being able to drive your career. It's about being able to take feedback, ask for feedback. It's about having that resilience. It's about not giving up. It's about taking on challenges. It's about being comfortable stretching yourself. They're the ones that thrive, and the ones that have professionalism enough to respect boundaries, but not let those boundaries stop them from asking questions, right? So we have at Chatterbug an open door policy. Anybody can come and talk to me. And actually, very few people do, right? But the ones that do, I'm not saying that they necessarily go up the ranks, but they get a lot from that interaction because they get to ask questions. They get to, they find out things about the business and about where we're heading and some of the challenges because they're asking questions. And then they are in a position where they can pivot themselves to learn and help solve a problem or come up with new ideas. So it's about putting yourself in the driving seat. The ones that thrive are the ones that put themselves in the driving seat and own whatever is happening in their lives and actively put strategies in place. And that should happen before you even start working with us, because this is your life. We're your employer, and there's so much we can do to support you. And for us, it's about developing the person, not just the therapist. We're developing, so we put a lot into developing our team to become the best version of themselves, not just the best employee. Because actually, if you're the best version of yourself, you will automatically be the best employee. So, but it's the ones that are able to accept that and know where they want to be and are able to set goals for themselves and really, really drive that. They're the ones that thrive.
Okay, thank you. Suman and then Alex on this one.
So firstly, really great question. I think that's got us all kind of thinking a little bit. I was just sort of in my head just thinking about people that we've supported and kind of, I suppose, when they've really thrived and when it's been more difficult. I think it's really hard to say because obviously there's individual circumstances around both of those, and it's kind of around that kind of whole picture in terms of how someone gets on. But I think it probably comes down to expectations. So when there's a bit of a mismatch between what the individual might be expecting from that role and what the service might be expecting of that individual. So I think just kind of going back to the advice we were talking about earlier around kind of really understanding what that service or organisation are about, what kind of what's important to them, and kind of whether that might be a good fit for you. I think it's probably been more difficult when perhaps the role hasn't met someone's expectations. So I think, yeah, definitely try and do your research and have those conversations to see if it might be right for you.
Okay, thank you. And Alex, your hand was up. It has disappeared.
Yeah, sorry, I clicked on the thing by mistake. All of the above. For us, I think a growth mindset is really important. And I know that sounds a bit trite, but just that sense of, I don't know how to do this yet, but I'm willing to give it a go and I'm willing to try. And while I'm not advocating making mistakes, because obviously as clinicians we do need to be managing risk, but as I mentioned earlier, positive risk taking, and I do think with the proper support around you, being willing to step slightly out of your comfort zone, being willing to make a mistake and being willing to learn from that mistake is so incredibly valuable. I don't know, and apologies, Steve, I feel I shouldn't be saying this on an RCSLT call, but I don't think as therapists that we learn enough about change management, because change management is something, there's so much study about it and about the psychology of how we try and affect that. And whatever we're doing as therapists, that's essentially what we're trying to do. And there's a fantastic writer, Amy Edmondson, who's studied loads of this, talks about the right kind of mistakes, intelligent mistakes, not ones where you just you've forgotten to do something, you're being daft, but actually you're pushing the boundaries, you're testing your hypotheses. Those are the people that are really going to get on and are going to really love the job as well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I see everybody nodding. I totally agree with you there. Okay, we've got 10 minutes left. I've probably got 4 or 5 questions, so I'm going to just read out the question and I'm going to ask one person rather than ask everybody else, if that's okay. And rather put you on the spot, if you're happy to answer it, just stick your hand up. Okay, can you take cue cards into an interview? What do you feel about that? Anybody? Alex?
Yes. As far as I'm
Okay.
concerned, yes. But you could always ask if you weren't sure.
Sure. Okay. In interviews, you don't always get feedback if you're unsuccessful, or I have been told it came down to me. No, it came down to me and one other person. How can you learn from this situation? Suma.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can do everything right, and sometimes that is just the learning from it, is actually just maybe do the same next time, because it might just be that for whatever reason that person might have just had a little bit more experience in an area, or perhaps they were a slightly better fit for one reason. But I think if you've done that well, and the advice is it was really close between you and someone else and things, I think keep doing that and kind of just take heart from that. That's a good experience that you've done so well. Although it might be kind of quite difficult at the time that you haven't been successful, I think you have been successful in kind of putting the best version of yourself across.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. My university recommends professional portfolios. Would this be an advantage? And how would we present this to you as a manager in the application or indeed the interview?
I'll just jump in and say that it's not something that we'll probably look at in the interview. It's not something that we would have time for. For us, definitely, it's there. We have an interview task, so it'll be based on your performance of the interview task and how you engage with the organisation leading up to the interview. That's really, really important. And the interview performance. So we probably wouldn't look at a professional portfolio for an SLT role.
Okay. Alex, quickly.
Sorry, but just to say that, but having one may still be really valuable, because it's being able to reflect on all of those opportunities and bring those to the interview. That doesn't mean it's not useful, but not in the interview process, I would say.
Okay, thank you. If you haven't been able to visit, is it okay to ask by email about the dress code for interview? And how would you handle this professionally? I see some nods. Anybody want to
Yeah,
say anything about
definitely.
it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all that's again, remember I think I said the questions you ask reflect you. I think that shows you being proactive and a desire to get things right for that organization. And both of those would stand you in good stead.
This is a bit of a harder question, I guess, but do you know when the recruitment freezes for NHS jobs will end? Anybody? It's a
Yeah.
difficult
I
one.
mean, it's not. I think it's a really difficult question to answer, because I'm not sure even very high up people in the NHS know exactly the answer to that. I think we are seeing pockets of investment. So the government announced an influx of money going into mental health services. So we will start to see some movement there. They've also invested in some rehab networks. So I think the overarching picture of the NHS is that there is a job freeze, but there is absolutely still pockets where there is investment happening. So it is just a case of keep your eye out for different opportunities.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I just say as well, it's quite funny about this freeze, because a lot of our there's been a bit of staff movement in our organisation, so we have lots of new opportunities, and they're all going into the NHS. So when people talk about a freeze, it does make me smile. But what I would say is, if you are in a position to look across the country and move for a role, consider that, because there are vacancies, but you might need to be willing to flex and move.
Okay. Do you recommend joining a union as an NQP in addition to RCSLT?
yes, I would say that that is important.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going because there's some of them that they're sort of repeating it, so it's just okay. For someone with dyslexia and working memory difficulties, how can I prepare for an interview? Any quick sort of thoughts on that one?
Yes, so we have individuals that have been very open from the outset about their neurodivergence, and again, some of the strategies that we've already mentioned, taking time, asking for interview questions. I'm not sure if everybody in the world of AI, I think people are more cautious. But Christine, you mentioned allowing extra time before the interview for you to review interview questions. We certainly provide that. Going in with note cards, absolutely fine. It's all about the style and how you use them. I mean, if you're going to read them out, it's probably not going to put you in good stead, but if you're going to use them as reference and be confident in owning that's what you're doing, absolutely fine. And pen and paper, making notes, taking your time to respond. But yeah, just being really transparent about why you're doing it.
Okay, thank you. We've got 3 minutes left, so I'm going to ask all four of you, is there anything that you feel that we haven't asked that you think you'd like to say? Anything that you feel is really important for students or NQPs to just be aware of that maybe they haven't asked you, but you would like to get across? I'm putting you on the spot. You don't have to answer it, but I just thought it might be useful if you think we've missed something.
So I would just say, as an organization, we're always looking for individuals that will grow with us because we have some massive growth ambitions and our focus is very much around innovation. So we're looking for people that will want to grow with that vision. So if you can get that across at interviews, that would be brilliant. And I worry a lot about the profession and where we're going and the skills and how quickly we're evolving um, as a profession. So it's those skills. If you can show those softer skills, again, coming back to the SEND reforms, the announcements very much focus on not working in silos, being confident around about working in schools and working alongside educators. Those are the kind of skills that will really, really, really leave you memorable. So just showing those, really being able to show those softer skills around confidence, listening, resilience, being able to take feedback, learn and grow from them. And yeah, absolutely, that growth mindset is so important.
Right, thank you. Christina?
Yeah, it was just to say it is quite a tough job market out there at the moment, and I think it's really important for an NQP to stay connected to the profession. So actually, you might not get a job straight away, but it's about how do you stay connected to still being a speech and language therapist and thinking about that, and making sure that that's reflective on your applications. So, Alex has already offered for volunteers to line up. So things like that, just to make sure that you're keeping hold of those skills, and not having a time period where perhaps you're not connected anymore.
Sure, thank you. Suman?
Yeah, just in terms of thinking about kind of being able to stand out at interview when there is quite a lot of competition, I think if you are able to demonstrate any kind of broader knowledge of perhaps what's going on for the profession, or kind of wider than that, that will really help. And just thinking if it's an NHS job and you want to think about the NHS 10-year plan, that could be a really nice thing to kind of link in the interview. And just one last thing, I know this morning somebody asked about whether their grade in terms of their qualification was important. So it was just from our point of view, just to give a bit of reassurance that if you've got that degree, that's enough. We don't tend to kind of look at what your grade is and things. So yeah, just a bit of reassurance around that.
Brilliant, thank you. And last comment from you, Alex.
The responsibility there. Just to say that you've got time. Actually, this is probably the time where you'll have most time, as Suman said, to look at that broader information around the profession and to engage and to explore different things, to go on LinkedIn to see what's out there. So really enjoy that and really make the most of that time, because that will make you stand out. And yeah, never feel, just really going back, Asma said it really rather than me, but just you are an NQP, not just an anything. You are enough. You will be fantastic in your roles. It is a really wonderful profession. It will lead you in places you don't expect, but embrace that. You will have a whole range of skills that will make you incredibly valuable in a whole range of situations. So congratulations, and look forward to seeing you out there.
Absolutely, you couldn't have said it better myself. As I said at the end of this morning's session, I think speech and language therapy is in really safe hands in relation to the people who are coming up through the profession now. I want to say a really big thank you to the four of you, for the managers who've spent this afternoon with us. Thank you to all of the people who've put in their questions. I think we've answered most of them, but if not, we will continue to do those within the chat. It's been a brilliant day. I've really loved it. I would really encourage those people now to fill in the evaluation forms to make sure that we can do this and learn from today to make sure we do things even better next time. But I really just want to say a big thank you to our NQP panel, to Rachel, to Stevie, to Izzy and Roisin, and to our managers panel, to Alex and Asma and Christina and Suman. It's been absolutely wonderful today. I also want to say a big thank you to all of the students who've been part of our organising committee to help us to pull all this together. And of course, to our wonderful RCSLT events team who've done a brilliant job at pulling all of this together. They've really never ceased to amaze me, the work that they do with the events of this organisation. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to Course Beetle for sponsoring today and providing the courses to support all of the NQPs on their journey moving forward. And finally, as I said before, RCSLT membership is free to students. So please, if you're not a member, please join us within our committees and within our various working groups, our task and finish groups, our sends, our hubs, and just become much more of a part of this organization, because this organization, as I say before, is your organization. So the shape of this organization will depend on how you help us to get there. So a really big thank you to everybody. I'm now going to, I guess there is some breakout rooms happening after this. I know a slide will come up to explain those for those people, but thank you very much for and the optional, there we go. The slides have come up. So if anybody wants to join any of these, then please feel free to do so, and the details will come up. Thank you, and have a good remainder of the day. Lovely to see everybody. Thank you.